Good morning. How are we doing? What's going on? Making sure YouTube's working, and it is. Cool. Good job, YouTube. I'm proud of you. You know, small company. They doesn't always work right. Oh boy, what are we gonna do? All right, I'm gonna get on a Zeal Wizard for a little bit. Good morning, Pity. How you doing, bud? Yeah, we're gonna get on the Wizard for a bit. I need to go to town and get. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go downtown in like 30 minutes or so. We'll grab a new sow. We'll get some more firewood, more food. Yeah, all the things that we need to do. Let's go ahead and make our camp here. Our wee little camp. Just a little camp. And see if we can get some XP in level 56. Good morning, Craft. How you doing, bud? I didn't see any new good Discord posts today. Anybody else see any good ones? That we should check out. Item lock, prevent sale of items. I mean, that's a decent request, I feel like. Healer classes have a super hard time starting. Seems that small races, healer classes. Druid, Shaman, Cleric at this point, it's almost impossible to kill a same level mob compared to other classes. I don't know why that would be. I would like to see these classes start off with an offensive spell to be... I don't know. I don't. I agree with Evil here. I know that's swinging to the fences for some people, but every class from 1 to 4 should just be meleeing mobs. Yeah, like just melee. Go toe to toe with them in melee. Yeah, anyway, I know the game's tough. Game's challenging. Seal of Magic. Okay, all of these are going to go away. Let's get this and this. I like when all my buffs are on the same timer, and for some reason they got off different timers. Different timers. We in here? We are in here. What's going on, Kamla? Is it Cam? It's not, there's an F at the end. Is it Cam Laugh? Or Cam Laugh? Just watch your wizard video? Yeah? Well, thank you for watching it. I appreciate it, Meta. We'll have to see what they do with all the wizardry stuff. Oh, shoot. That guy's coming for me. We'll see what they do with all the wizardry stuff. It looks good on paper. We'll to see how it turns out in game. Yow. Coming through. Choo-choo. EQ Wood Elf Bard name. Camouflage. Play on words. Nice. Actually, yeah, I like that. I like that. It's interesting. Different way to do it. There was a lot of from the community for more APM. There was quite a bit. You know, I'm okay for more APM. You know, there's definitely going to be a group of people that are going to want more APM for sure. But there's going to be other people that don't want it, and it's going to be tough for the devs to balance that. You know, like there's going to be players that are just not good with high APM. The only issue that I see is, are they going to make that class? Because you can play it either way, right? You can play it high APM, or you could play it like a lower APM class. But is it going to be a drastic difference between playing it high APM versus low APM? I think there should be a difference. If you can play it at a higher skill level, you should absolutely get a benefit. Oh my gosh. Every single time. Happens all the dang time. I hope there actually a benefit to doing the APM approach, and we didn't end up just sticking our main spam abilities in the bar and ignore the glyphs mostly. Yes, that's kind of where I'm at with it as well. Like, I don't mind there being the glyph approach, but it should be slightly better. Now, I will say that I was thinking about it yesterday, right? And it's already slightly better to do the glyph approach because you're going to have access to more spells at a time. So you already have a benefit to using the glyphs, and you don't have to go and change out your spells on your bar. But I feel like that's not enough of a benefit, you know? Like if it could, because there's also the latency issue that people brought up, and you know, things like that. So I feel like you need to get a little bit more, maybe be able to do a little bit more DPS out of it if you're able to memorize all of that stuff. So that's just my take on it. Let's see. Bard main, like the change, seems very optional at the moment. Yeah, it does seem optional at the moment. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know the note said one way or another, but I think it depends on whether the glyphs are instant or if they're like half a second cast. They're instant, Haas. So if you go to, those notes didn't say anything, but if you go here to the Discord and you go to game announcements, Jahar answered follow-up questions, and right down here, how does the incantation system work? Does each glyph add a total to final cast time, etc.? The instant cast, and they kind of went into it here. So incantations do have a short cast time for each glyph, and and each glyph and the spell catalyst is instant. When we use the incantation as a spell, we understand that it may take time to input each glyph and activate it with the catalyst. So when you cast a spell with an incantation, we adjust the cast time of the triggered spell to be a bit faster than a memorized spell. So they do cover that right here. So it kind of makes up for some of that time, but overall, like, it depends on the flow and how everything's going to work. So we'll just have to see in game how it plays. More spell access is a benefit. but you don't need 95% of the time. Exactly. So it's a benefit, but it's not a very big benefit because, and you can always hit B and switch your spells out if you want to. Like if you've memorized your book, which most spellcasters memorize their book after a time, especially of spells that they use consistently, like buffs and such. They are consistently switching spells out. They can do it very quickly. To go and memorize a spell doesn't take but a couple seconds at most. And in a game like this, that doesn't matter. So there is that benefit, but like you're saying, it's not a huge benefit, and it should be a little bit more of a benefit. So I think the DPS, a little bit extra DPS added to it, is definitely the way to go. But it doesn't need to be much, though. You got to be very careful. Like a well-played glyph player should get the benefit. But like somebody who's bad at it, they shouldn't get much of a benefit at all. Good morning, Hyper Taco. How you doing, bud? Hey. It's whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter to me. Awesome. Yeah, I saw your message this morning that you got like what, 2 more or something. It happens. You get pretty lucky with items sometimes. It's funny. Oh, nice. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can catch up on the... Oh, I do too. I think he did. Yeah, I think he's got a vendetta. I don't know. Speaking about online handles, I think so, yeah. Well, he was at my quad kite camp yesterday too. Yep, and just sat there. I remember choosing one thing when I was growing up. Then people started using first and last names. I think online handles are kind of coming back. They are, yeah. I mean, I've been called Criddle in my real life just as much as I've been called my real name. I have a lot of friends that are just online friends, and that's just what they know me as. Be nice for those items when stuff hits the fan. Yeah, exactly. In sandwich mode, you don't really need it. I agree, Meta. Sorry, I wasn't reading chat there for a second. My friend got in Discord. We were going to do some stuff, so he was just talking to me. Essentially, the measure of how much your speed affects the cast time average. Yeah, exactly, Haas. Yeah, so like how quickly can you hit the different glyphs and then hit the catalyst? So if you're a mouse user and you're like click, 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 then you're going to clearly be much slower. if you're a keyboard user and you're able to hit like 1, 2, 3 catalyst or whatever, it's going to be a lot faster. If you create a macro for it, which you're not supposed to do, but people I guarantee you will do, it'll be even faster. So that's another thing about that glyph system. I think it's going to, what's the best word to use here? I don't want to say encourage, but it's going to entice people to want to use mouse and keyboard macros, which are not something that the devs want you using. But just like bards in this game, bards that are hitting an ability every 3 seconds, they're gonna be enticed to use a mouse and keyboard macro. So we'll have to see what happens. They're not instant, but they sound like they're just very short cast times. Yeah, I exactly. We don't know how exactly they're gonna work. We'll have to see. Good morning. It takes longer to mim the spell than it does to find it in the book. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. It depends on the spell and depends on the level of the spell, but yeah, it can. One thing I'm most curious about, feels very awkward, is the level gap between glyphs. You get the first at 8, and then 1 every 8 levels after that. Yeah. So I guess the first one, so you're going to get 4 total glyphs. So the first one, you're just going to click it twice. You're going to do fire, and then hit catalyst. And that's going to do like a nuke, or then you're going to do what? Like, I don't know. It is weird. I'm curious how it's going to work as well. Because that means that the very first glyph, you're only going to get 1 spell out of it? We can, yeah. It doesn't matter to me. That's fine. You want me to log in now, or? Okay. They also said the damage spells require 2 glyphs, so either that means 2 different glyphs, or we won't. Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see how it plays out. You planning on playing the playtest tomorrow? Yeah, today's Thursday. I don't know. I may or may not play the playtest. We may stream something different. I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do tomorrow. I don't know what time the playtest actually starts. It's probably 1 p.m. So we might get on here and just play around on the beta until 1 p.m. tomorrow, and then figure it out from there. But yeah, I might play in the playtest. Probably not tomorrow night because I've got, well, I don't know, Friday. Yeah, tomorrow night I've got like friends stuff. Where the heck is this other mob at? Did somebody come over and kill this mob? I guess they did. Well, I guess we're doing a 3-pull here. I don't understand. I don't know where somebody came over and killed something. That's weird. Anyway. Yeah, I might play something different. Yeah, Criddle's camped out there. I mean, it's whatever. How long are you going to be gone? Okay. I mean, we can just kind of sit there, too. I'm sure we can find you something. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are just going to petition on all sorts of things. That's just the type of people they are. They're tattletales. That's what I've heard they're doing. They're checking to see who's petitioning a bunch. And if they continue to keep doing it, then I don't know if they're going to get in trouble for it. I don't know how that works. But yeah, the promotion of like trying to get people to tell on other people all the time is, I mean, it could be good, but it could also backfire. Sorry, we're talking about people that are just like petitioning because they think somebody's doing something wrong, or they just petition to petition. We're just kind of chatting about that. That's why I hope for the fizzles on glyphs. They're not going to have fizzles on glyphs. Yeah, they won't have fizzles at all. Well, right now they're not going to have fizzles on glyphs. Can't believe the closed server closed tomorrow for 10 days. Yeah, it's fine. You can do fire 1 or ×2 or ×3. Well, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, you could do glyph 1 and then fire catalyst, and you can do glyph 1 2 times and fire catalyst, and I guess you could do glyph 3 times and fire catalyst like that. You could do that, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. Hoping the glyphs seem like Helldivers. I haven't played the new Helldivers. So yeah. Good morning. How was the hibachi last night? It was very good. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm appearing. Yeah, we're going to have to get a group together to do that. Seems odd to spread out the glyphs. Let's see. Get some glyph practice in. I've had plenty of glyph practice with the ninja in Final Fantasy XIV. I played that. I got it at the level 90. Yeah, sounds like people are here. All right. All right, I'll just log out here in the cubby. All right, Gith and I are going to do some stuff later at some point, but try Conan, maybe. We'll see. Server will be closed during the open test. Yes, yes. Yeah, they do it for a couple of reasons, but yeah, the closed beta will be closed during the open beta. They have said that petition spamming will get you flagged in their system. Yeah, they have said that, but like, how much do you have to petition? How often do you have to be wrong? Like, what if every time you petition you're right? Will that cause a flag in their system that because you just happen to petition somebody all the time? Or do you have to be wrong so many times? Or do you have to be wrong so many times out of so many times that you're right? You know, like, so I like, statistically speaking, if I petition somebody, if I petition 50 people and 45 times I was right and 5 times I was wrong, should that get me in trouble? You know? So it's just a weird system that they have going on. But I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I have nothing to hide. If anybody wants to petition me, go for it. I was camping the grave robbers outside the north gate, just the right camp. This guy comes and sits down right next to me and starts trying to pull the mobs out of my camp and spawn. I sent him 2 invites to join, which he ignored. He stayed there too, still trying to pull my mobs. Didn't even try to kill other mobs, just sat next to me trying to pull my camp. Yeah. It's a bad situation. The raids in that game were some of the best I've ever seen. They were complicated and challenging. Final Fantasy 14. They're good and bad. I thought the raids in Final Fantasy 14 are fun, but it became a dance. It became a choreographed dance, really. Where like, are you able to push the buttons at the right time, stand in the right place? Are you able to do that? If you are able to do that, then you win the fight. And some people are good at rhythm and others are not. You're trying to decide if that's something worth petitioning? What's that? Yeah, I can. I need to run him to town and make a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, I'll do it whenever. But yeah, I think it's worth petitioning. If you were at the camp, it's a static camp of like 1 tent or something. It's very, their rules are very specific, unfortunately. So you have to have it's got to be if it's an outdoor camp, it's got to be a static spawn, so it can't roam around, and it has to be like a tent or a covering of some sort to make it look like a camp. It's really weird. It didn't sound like it was an automated thing. Maybe, but again, you're gonna have so many people playing the game. If it's not an automated thing, then how do you know how often that person petitions? Because what if it's GM A that looks at it this time, GM B that looks at it this other time, GM C that looks at it this other time? Like, do they have like a tally mark? They're just like, okay, they petitioned, and there's tallies, and every time you look at it, you can see how many times it's just a whole arbitrary system. And I feel like, like, I don't know if this is the case or not, but I feel like the devs are saying, yes, we're checking for that just to kind of alleviate panic from players, right? Players going, oh, but can't people just petition everything? And they're just like, yeah, we're checking that. Wink. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels weird to me. I don't know if that's what they're doing or not. But it doesn't sit right with me. Okay. Let me go. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get my refresh on Sal. Like, this person, whoever came up here and killed this mob, kind of messed up my rotation here. Not a big deal. I mean, can't claim these roaming mobs, so it is what it is. But whole thing's dumb. Don't forget to hydrate today. I got my water. Our ice maker broke or something. It's not making ice. So I don't have ice today. I just have a big old cup of water. Like, this thing is just, it's huge. And it's just water, no ice today. So we'll see how much water I consume. I drink more when it's cold water, but it's just going to be sitting there with just water in it instead of ice. So time to get an ice tray? Yeah, I don't think we have one. Whatever. We might have an ice tray. I just don't think we filled it with water. So people are actually starting to think open world PvP is more worthwhile. Some people might think that, yeah. Open world PvP, though, has its own issues. It's got its pluses and minuses for sure. But yeah, open world PvP is its own kind of mixed bag of stuff. Somebody's casting Sal. This guy. Yay! Look at me go! I'm so fast. Fast as fast can be. All right, let's grab another stack of wood. We also need to get food. Food. For sure, there's nothing perfect. Yeah, it's not gonna be anything perfect. I'd guess. Oh my gosh. I guess if this were clearly didn't understand the system, mark it down, tally mark, then a GM. Yeah, would see it. I mean, there's a couple ways they could do it. Sure, it's all right. Somebody is clearly pulling these mobs over here. Let me see what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of mobs over here, so it should be fine. But somebody came up here and pulled these. Nope, never mind, they're not. There it is right there. All right. I don't know what happened in that one round. I feel like nobody was up here, but I was like, that's weird. Oh my gosh, come on. Come here. I mean, my what I have for stats is better right now, and I just need a bow for pulling, so it's not really a big deal. Yeah, like the clicky of it is just 5 strength, but I think yours overrides it, so it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the druid one, so I don't know. Does yours stack with the druid one? Yeah, the bow that's got from the rat. That's got the clicky on it. It's got a clicky effect. Yeah, it's got a clicky strength effect. It's the lowest level druid strength buff. Oh, shoot. GM would see the next time they give a verbal warning. Yeah, maybe. I mean, but that's the thing. Yeah, it's... I don't know. A lot of things, a lot of the GM interactions and petitioning system and stuff, a lot of it's just based on human interaction, right? Which is good in some ways and bad in some ways, because it's how does this human deal with a problem versus this other human deal with the same problem. And if you have 2 different ways that 2 different people would deal with the same problem, then that's going to become another problem, right? So you have to be kind of consistent, but I don't know. I'm not very good at talking about it because I just don't like their current system very much, and I don't like how people are abusing it currently, so I'm kind of a little bit bitter on their current petitioning system. Because like we said, the static camp versus the non-static camp, the indoors versus outdoor camp, the arbitrariness of if you're standing at a camp, can you see any mob you can see within line of sight of that mob you can camp? Well, what if it's a named mob that's tucked in a corner? You know, it's just the whole the way that it's written just doesn't sit well. Some human are problems all by themselves. Indeed, they are. Yeah, they are. Run into a dozen butts late that are fresh stealing camps. Yeah, and that's the thing is sometimes you'll have somebody go in because they know they can get away with stealing a camp. They know for a fact they can get away with it, and that's the issue that I've seen happen because they're like, oh, you're not allowed because they have been petitioned previously probably for the exact same thing that you're claiming that you want to do. So then they're like, well, I couldn't get away with it. So therefore, I am now going to push that envelope and I'm going to try to take this camp and then petition you for not sharing the camp when you get upset about it. And then your account gets flat. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it's a whole thing. I do think Druid and Shaman strength stack. Do they? They might. They might. Also, people even understand what camps are. Some people don't even. Yeah, they don't understand what camps are. Like, what constitutes a camp. And that's another problem altogether is sometimes the GMs will think this is a camp in their mind or this is not a camp in their mind, and you have a different opinion. And who's to say which one is right? The GM is always right in that case because they're a GM and they're going to do what they're going to do. But what happens when GM A and GM B have different opinions on what constitutes a camp? So then it comes down to which GM is actually coming in on your particular situation. So when you petition, you have a roulette of, am I going to win or lose? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't want to say, I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want people to think that I'm just like bitter about the GMs. I'm not. Like, I feel like the GMs are they have a tough job. They have an extremely tough job because they're not going to be able to make everyone happy. But at the same time, it's like sometimes people are getting accused of things that they're not doing, and other times people are doing things that they shouldn't be doing because they know that the GMs will side in their favor. So it's, I don't know, it's just a tough situation. Yep, I'm here. Yep, I got it. You lack the knowledge to craft that? What? Oh, it's silk. Oh, that's why I can't do that. Okay, never mind. I'll figure that out later. I was like, why can't I break that down? It's because it's silk. I'm all for monitoring and trying to GM, but they can't be blind to these guys perma-camping names and petitioning nonstop. You know, it happens. You can perma-camp a named if you want to. You can perma-camp it as much as you want. It's a problem. Like that's part of their game though. Like so the whole permacamping thing, agree or disagree with it, that is literally part of their game. That is something that is 100% intended. So they like if you sit at a camp for 24 hours, they're just going to do a quote unquote wellness check on you. Back in EQ days, for those that may not have been around, that's what people did. They would literally sit at a camp for hours and hours and hours. People literally sat at them for over 24 hours, waiting for mobs to spawn, trying to get certain things. You know, it's part of this game that some people like, including Sean. So I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon. Like I don't see that changing. Good times to have finite definition while in beta. Yeah, well, I didn't know the servers are going down for the week of the playtest. Yeah, they are. They always have. Ever since even the alpha days, servers would go down for the open test. Okay. Did that miss the other mob? Wasn't paying attention. Oh well, we'll just do it this way. Whatever. I don't know. I have to think of what I need for Criddle. That clicky bow is they say it does stack. The chat said it stacks. The druid strength buff with the shaman one. And then no, I need to get that item for the ring quest, but I think that's no drop, so I got to go do that at some point. And then I'll probably get a book for Cradle at some point, maybe. All right, let me see. Wasn't there something about the Play Nice policy about hoarding and names? Something about how you have to share? Can't just pass it off to a guildmate, for instance? There is, yes. You can't just pass it off from guildmate to guildmate to guildmate. They have said you can't do that. Basically, you have to have a running tally, like a running list. You're supposed to. But they, you know, it's also one of those things you can't expect someone. So how that works is this. How that works is this. If there is a player sitting at the camp, like next in line to get the camp, if you leave, they get the camp. You can't say, I'm leaving, I'm having my friend come in and take the camp. But if you are sitting there and no one else is there, and you tell a friend to come over, and you say, I'm leaving, and you pass it off, like, I don't see how that's a problem. Like, the other person has to physically be sitting there to be next in line. At least in my eyes, it does. It's like putting a quarter up on the, you know, I'm next. You could just group for, yeah, that's another way around it. You can group for a few minutes and then just be like, oh, gotta go. And then you camp out and your friend stays. Now it's just they were part of my group. There's too many workarounds to it. There's too many workarounds. The game needs is more unique items that help slightly with locking down camps. There's a lot of unique items. But yeah, I mean, just more content will help spread things out, but we can't wait for more content to solve these problems. You know, like that's, so no instance dungeons for gears. So people are forced to going to sit permanently at camp. Yeah. That's why I had kids, so they can watch camps for me. Thanks, EQ. Yeah. Fell asleep once at the J boot camp. Yep. A lot of people have. Maybe they think crafting is a viable alternative. They are going to make crafting an alternative. But here's the thing with crafting, and what people need to realize. Crafting will make some of the best gear in the game. However, where do those crafting mats come from? Right? The mats that you need to make the best gear in the game through crafting are going to come from drops on mobs. So you're still going to have to go and get the item that is dropped from a specific mob to then craft the item. So the problem still comes back down to camping of mobs. Why not have DPS race on mobs? So DPS race, it means wizards win. DPS races always comes down to just wizards win. Then you have first to engage, which always comes down to whoever has the fastest ability, like the instant cast ability. Far more classes have instant abilities. So yeah. Anyway, there's negatives, there's positive and negatives to both sides. Archer, yeah, Archer has an instant ability, but it's not when you click the button with the Archer, it's actually better to be like melee range a lot of times. But yeah. Party leader used to make lists for certain camps. We get tells. Yeah, and that's kind of what they expect people to do, but they can't really force you to make a list. That's kind of silly. Like, hey, I'm at this camp. Do I have to now make a list? You know, is that where are those rules at? At that point, they're dictating how you're playing the game. And, you know, as long as you're not cheating, I don't think they should really dictate how you play the game. You know, but I don't, the whole thing is just, it's too easily manipulated and lawyer quested and all that junk. You know, it's too easy to manipulate. Is I guess the best way to say it. So, anyway, I don't know. That's why I don't like talking about it. It's like talking politics or talking religion or something. There's too many like loopholes and too many ways to be like, well, if you look at it from this perspective, it looks different. And if you look at it from this perspective, it looks different yet again. You know, like it's just too much, man. That's why I don't understand how the devs are going to deal with it in the long run. I don't know. It's going to be weird. I guess eventually some of these things would just be, okay, we know this mob it's this bottleneck and it's causing these issues. So these things get petitioned a lot. Okay, so how do we deal with that issue and just make it the same across the board for all of the GMs that might deal with it? But nobody's going to have a good solution to any of this stuff. Not going to happen. And the dev solutions are no different. And there's going to be a people factor. They're not always going to be right, but kind of like a police officer pulls you over. Do you argue with the police officer, or you just accept that the police officer is there and telling you to do something? You know, and it's like, you're probably better off just accepting your fate at that point. And it sucks, but you're probably better off doing that. My spell won't cast, and that is fun. I don't understand. Golly, dude. They gotta fix, if they're gonna be adding glyphs to wizards, they gotta fix that. Because if you get to a point where you just can't cast a spell, you can't cast a glyph, like, oh my gosh, dude. I don't know what's causing that particular issue, but it is so infuriating to me because it's been happening since I've been playing this game. It hasn't been fixed in a year or more. I don't know how long I've been playing. So annoying. So annoying. When you're next in line, you headed there to wait for when you got their ring. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things. Wizard Purge for the win. They already had Purge, Hoss. So I don't think Purge changed. You're correct, Ice Cream. It's much easier to be a butthead than to be a nice person in all aspects of life, video games included. Purge is an instant, which lets wizards get FTE also. I mean, yeah. Is it instant? Is Purge or is Greater Purge instant? I can't remember. Purge might be instant. Yeah, you might be right. I don't remember. Yeah, instant cast with a 12-second cooldown. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I was pretty sure I remember a 12-second cooldown, and I was like, I don't remember it having a cast time. But yeah, I mean, you could use Purge, sure, to get a tag, but that's like not a combat ability. So you could argue the case for it, saying, well, so you have to have a well, it is a combat ability, but it's not a damaging combat ability. It's not one that you would use often. But the point is, so you're saying that a wizard has to purge something that doesn't have buffs to get a tag on it, but a smart wizard that is trying to solo something would start the fight with a big nuke. Even the devs think that, because they even said in this in their deep dive for the wizards, they specifically stated that initiating a fight with the big nuke is the thing, right? Like that's what they do. So the devs know, they know how wizards play. They know how you're supposed to play a wizard. And for a wizard to have to tag something and then run away, and it's a different animal when they have to start or initiate a fight than when a melee does. Like if I'm playing my fighter, I just want to stand right next to it, tag it, and I'm good to go. Like I can't. There's just a lot of nuance to it, I guess is the best way to put it. And there's no right or wrong answer. I'm not trying to say there's a right or wrong answer. It's just there's just a lot of nuance. It's just the whole thing is tough. They'll take the money and run. You think so? I don't think this company is about taking the money and running. I don't see that. Without Chrono, prices will definitely inflate. No one going to buy anything. Without Chrono, you think prices in game are going to inflate? The economy of this game is terrible, and that's being generous. I don't know. There's certain parts of the economy of this game that were done properly. They just don't have a long-term economy plan. It doesn't seem like they have a very short-term economy plan. And that short-term economy plan is basically while leveling, spells cost a bunch of money, so that kind of helps the economy that way. Oh shoot. Well, these mobs got all spread out. Dang it. Let me see how we're gonna do this. Come on. Nailed it. Oh shoot. Wow, this guy's he's still cooking. Why did that guy what the heck is going on here? This guy just didn't want to take any damage while I was quadding them. But yeah, there's certain parts of the economy that are good, and then they don't have they don't seem to have a long-term plan for the economy. So the longer the servers last, the more out of control the economy is going to get. That is my professional opinion as an economist with a degree in economics. That is my literal professional opinion, is that the economy in this game will not last more than 6 months. Probably less. Hey, what's going on, Seminole? How are you? A lot of stuff in theory and in practice are going to be different. They are, yeah. Very, very different. My spells, abilities break so much on my ranger. It's really frustrating. Yeah, they break a lot, Doozle. Like, it's been happening on my fighter a ton. It now happens on my wizard a bunch. Like, it's, yeah. I don't know what's up with that bug. My bard, it only happened on my instant nuke song, and I spam all of my abilities. Yeah. It only happens for my fighter. It only happens on the might abilities. So my rend, frenzy, and armor break. My taunt has never broken that I can remember on my fighter. But the other 3 abilities, they break all the time. On this character, it seems like my nukes are what break. So it's weird. I don't know what the bug is, but they need to fix it. Super frustrating. I'm going to cast. Instant with 12-second cooldown for sure. Similar. I would pull with my slow, which I think is a 3-second cast. A little awful if a monk can just throw a dagger. Yeah, exactly, Host. So yeah, if a monk can just throw a dagger at it and just instantly, tag a mob, whereas most players would like to use a longer cast time. Yeah, it's this whole thing. Need a sales tax in game like EVE Online. Yeah, maybe. I mean, where would the sales tax go though? Like how do you put in a sales tax? Because there's no, when you buy or sell from another player is what I'm talking about. They don't have like a what do they call that? Like a vendor window or whatever. It's a money, yeah, but selling to vendors is or buying from vendors is kind of a money sink. That's kind of where the sales tax comes from. The sales tax though, you would have to put like an auction house, right? And then every time you sell an item or buy an item, some money goes out. So every time when you list an item on the auction house, this is how a lot of games do a money sink. When you list an item on the auction house, it takes some money out instantly to list it. Then when you buy an item, they charge an extra 10% to buy the item, and that's where the tax comes from. So that's the money sink from the auction house. But in this game, they don't want to have an auction house. They're choosing to not do that, which means that that's one less major money sink. But the economy of this game isn't just coin. I've tried to explain this a few times, and people need to understand that when we talk about economy, we're not talking about coin only, money, like dollars. That's not it. It's about the influx of anything into the game versus things coming out of the game. So when an item drops, a magic item, you can disenchant it. That goes out of the game. When an item drops, that's coming into the game. So that's a supply-demand ratio there. The issue is that in the beginning of this game, the demand is way up here, the supply is way down here. Over time, the supply comes up, the demand comes down. Always. Like, this is just how it's going to work. Eventually, though, as the game gets older, the supply is way, way up here, and the demand is way down here. This goes for coin, this goes for items, this goes for literally everything in the game. The problem is, it's going to continue to do that indefinitely. They have to have a way to bring that back to level, right? They have to have something in place to bring the demand up as time goes on and the supply down as time goes on. It could be one or the other, but it's better to do both. So that's the issue with this game in particular, is the more that people play it, the longer that people play it, the supply continues to go up. Literally indefinitely. Every time I kill a mob, that's a supply of coin, supply of an item, supply of something, and it continues to go up. And that demand continues to go down. It's literally that simple. You know, economics 101 is supply and demand, and it's literally that simple right now in the game. There's very after 3 months, 6 months, the demand is going to be so low that you're just going to have tons and tons and tons of items. They're just going to be sitting there and rotting in people's banks. You know, we're already kind of seeing that. The easiest way to see that right now in the game is the sharpening stones. Remember, if anybody played this game when it first came out in beta, there was sharpening stones, and everybody was making those to level up their blacksmithing. So sharpening stones were hard to, or sharpening stones were easy to come by, but the item needed to make the sharpening stones were hard to come by. Now, though, if you go back and look, if you go to any vendor that's like a blacksmith vendor, you'll see the items needed, which are like the rigid stones and whatever, the different levels of stones. There's thousands of them. Thousands. So there's so many of those that the supply now is way above the demand. And that's going to happen with every single item in this game over time, because they just don't have enough ways to take items out of the game or take anything out of the game. There's got to be like some sort of consistent, constant, and consistent loop there. So I'm hoping, what my hope is that the expedition system, which is not currently in the game, when that comes into the game, oh my gosh, dude, how did this thing not take hardly any freaking damage? When the expedition system comes into the game, I'm hoping that that costs a lot. Like, it takes cloth out of the system. It takes wood out of the system. It takes money out of the system. I'm hoping it just is just to everything. Man, this thing must have resisted a ton. Holy moly. This is bonkers. Items decay over time. They said that they did that in one of the patches, actually. I don't know if it does that or not, but yes, items inside the vendors decay over time, sure. But that doesn't necessarily fix the problem. Because people are still going out to get ore. And as long as people are going out to get... Right now, people are going out to get ore. Especially at low level on the copper. But they're going out to get those BCMs. So they're mining tons of high-level nodes. So that means you're going to have a huge amount of the high-level... the rigid stones, right? To be able to make the high-level sharpening stones. But they're just trying to get the BCMs. So people are literally just trashing all that other stuff because it's just so abundant. I think we need to see the effect of expeditions on the economy. Yeah, the expeditions is definitely going to be the only way that I know of that they're going to be fixing the economy and adding in a demand for all this stuff. So we'll have to see what they do with it. I don't know what they're going to do. Let me see what else I can read here. Sounds like it's tied to a shared cooldown, like shouts. Auction house. Yeah, you need an auction house. Yeah, you don't necessarily need an auction house, but it does help with money sink for sure. Another money sink would be armor, weapon durability. Yeah, that's another really good one that people use all the time. I've already seen supply and demand on Scarab Carapace change. When I started, everyone was rushing when the Scarab spawned. Now a Carapace left on it. Yeah, exactly. It's going to change drastically. While infinite drops, not sure how you could only reduce the drop quantities. You could. I mean, like, if you actually look at their statistics, if you look at their statistics on their actual tooling, when like Sean shows it on his stream and stuff, you can see the numbers. And they do a pretty good job with balancing how often things drop. For example, I use the cloth to leather ratio. So cloth drops far more than the leather does. And that's because the leather can also be obtained from animals, from their hides, and used in tanning. So you have to factor in the tanning with the leather and then add those together to equal the number of cloth. And they're probably, I'm guessing, about the same as far as how many drop in the world. So they have definitely balanced that a little bit, or at least tried to. Oh boy. Well, this is fun. Well, we're going to try to see if we can play in a sandstorm. Daytime sandstorms think are playable? Yeah. They're much better for sure. Oh, I gotta resist. That's not good. Alright, there he is. Yeah, daytime sandstorms are definitely much better than nighttime. But they're still terrible. Still terrible. What the heck? All right. What is an expedition? Let me see if that's the next question. I don't know. Oh, I'll answer it quick. The expedition is going to be an end game activity. Is the best way to put it. So the idea is that you're going to charter a boat to like an island, and that island is going to have special resources on it, special types of mobs, maybe even raid mobs, like a whole dungeon of raid mobs. Stuff like that. That's what the expedition is going to be. So you're going to want to do the expedition. It's going to be something for higher level players, level 60 plus players. Maybe even just players that are in the 50s, but it's going to be made for the higher level players to have something for them to continue to go do daily, weekly, whenever. I don't know. We don't know what the lockout timer, if there's going to be a lockout timer, spawn timers. We don't know how that's going to actually function, but that's what an expedition is. And you're going to have to charter a boat, possibly fight mobs while you're taking the boat over to the island, fight mobs on the island, go deeper in, fight mobs, and you have to take things out. You can't just go in, gather up some stuff, and then gate or teleport out. These items that you're going to be getting are going to be no teleport. So that means that you have to take them all the way back to the boat, get on the boat, and come all the way back to mainland to be able to use them or whatever. And then I guess maybe once you get them to mainland, you're going to be able to check them in, and then they become no rent or no longer no teleport or something. That's the idea behind them. Let's see. The other problem is that you can wear an item for 15 levels, then put it in a shared bank and use another character. PoE. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they like the items that aren't no drop, bind on pickup, bind on equip, all that kind of stuff. Like without having those types of items in the game, or very few of those items in the game, it increases the supply constantly. Just constantly increases the supply without increasing the demand. Because the demand is going to increase over time very slowly. As a new player comes into the game, that is a boost in demand. But how often do new players come in versus how often do items drop? So the items are going to be dropping far faster than people will become. New players will be coming into the game, or new people will be creating new characters, like new alts and things like that. The vendors reset on server restart? They do not. I think they need to remove the vendor items. I mean, that could help, sure. Removing some of the vendor items could help, but it's not going to fix the problem. A bazaar system could work. I think, like, some of the things, the money sinks are going to be housing. Right now, housing doesn't really do a whole lot for you, but that's going to be a coin sink for sure. Then you're also going to want to furnish your house. So that's going to take out a lot of the wood, a lot of the cloth, a lot of the leather. You know, you're going to have to craft things for your housing. That will absolutely be a big demand on all the materials to create the furniture. It's another big demand. Another thing that they could do, I think they should do, is guild, like crafting guilds. So not a player-run guild, but an NPC-run guild, where a player has to join the blacksmith guild and pay a monthly fee to be a blacksmith. That kind of thing, to use the forge or whatever. So like those are all different types of money sinks that you could use. Made a Havling Rogue in the forest. Can't remember the name. That's in Evershade Weld. I haven't heard of these expeditions. What are they supposed to be? I explained that a second ago. What are BCMs useful for? So you take the BCM and you disenchant them, and you get enchanting materials. And then you take those enchanting materials and you can enchant bars to create, or enchant cloth, leather, or metal to create armor and jewelry. Or you can create enchant scrolls, and then those scrolls you can use on different item pieces to get stats. So you can get like plus to the different stats that you have, like strength, stamina, agility, etc. Or you can increase your resistances with those. You love these sandstorms? I mean, I like some of the immersion from these sandstorms. The problem with the sandstorms to me is after you've seen them a few dozen times, they become far less fun. They just eventually become really annoying. So that's my issue with the sandstorms. It's all about memorizing. Oh God, oh God. Holy moly. That was almost bad. I probably shouldn't have gone through them like that, but I did. Ah. Yeah, like playing in a sandstorm is literally just about memorizing the space. I hope they don't use my gameplay to be like, see, you can play in the sandstorm. If Criddle can do it, he's terrible at the game. Anybody can do it. I do think that you should get an XP bonus, though, in a sandstorm. I think when a sandstorm hits, absolutely get an XP bonus. Because the risk goes way up. And I think if the risk goes up, the benefit should go up. But like I said, I'm an economist, so that's just that's how I live my life. Is based on risk versus reward. All right, let's see if we can read some more. Daytime sandstorm still playable? Yeah. Nighttime is just time to go elsewhere. I mean, I'm doing it at night now, so you can still do it. It's just you got to memorize the area. Then you increase the minimum range of sandstorms around caster. The third-person camera makes it so much worse because the camera is behind. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. So if you zoom in, you can actually see kind of a little bit better. But, yeah. Right now, at least remove cloth through bandages. Yeah, so cloth goes out through bandages. That is one way to get rid of it. Yeah. Wood is always getting consumed already. Yeah, but the how easy it is to get wood, it depends. Mediocre magic items turn into powder for enchanting. For now, right? For now. But the thing is, like, you got to think about this, though, Haas. Like, you are correct. Right now, we're using cloth for bandages. Right now, we're using them to make potions because people are leveling up their skills. You have to also think way down the road. The farther we get down the road, the more supply continues to go up and demand stays the same or goes down. So if the supply continues to go indefinitely and the demand never actually increases, then it would just always get worse. So you can say right now we are using up a lot of resources. That's why I said in the beginning, supply is down here, demand is up here when the server first launches. And over time, it's this shift. You have to somehow do it back this way. If you don't bring it back this way at some point, then it's going to continue to do this indefinitely. So the enchanting, sure, you're enchanting items right now to level enchanting and then make your enchants. But once everybody on the server has enchants, then what? You don't need to disenchant items anymore. You don't need to get the powder anymore. You don't need to make those enchants. So then the cost of enchants is going to skyrocket in the beginning, and then it's just slowly going to fall and fall and fall and fall to where it's not worth anything because everybody's going to have so many excess items eventually that there's no need to have the powder. So yeah, you can't look at it just like in today. Like at one point in time doesn't mean anything. You got to look at it over the course of time. Sandstorm does make me log off and check back in an hour. I guess mission accomplished. I mean, maybe. It's a touch grass storm. Yeah, it's a go take a quick break, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, go take a nap. No, I feel like sandstorms just push people out of the zone. Do we want to run down? Yeah, we can run down this way. It's fine. Okay, this mom. 2, 3, 4. Woo! I almost jumped off the edge there. This is very dangerous to do a sandstorm at night in this area because there's cliffs over there. That's why I was debating if I wanted to run over there or not. I hope these are bunched up enough. They are. I got lucky. Lucky, lucky me. You know, it's actually easier to see in a sandstorm if you turn down the gamma down. And I think some people leave the gamma up a lot, but I feel like it's easier to see if you turn the gamma down, because the sandstorm makes it just white, the whole screen white and brighter, and then the gamma also does. They should put an incentive to group. I stopped playing because it seems like no one really wants to group anymore. When LFG, people always have an excuse to not group. The reason for that, Luffy, by the way, I love Luffy from Monkey D. Luffy. I don't know if that's where that comes from, but the reason people don't want to group up right now is because the XP in groups, the larger the group, the worse the XP. So if they have their duos or trios, they don't want to add anybody else. It makes their experience go into the toilet. I've been saying this for a while, and for some reason, they're just not wanting to change it. I have no idea why. Do we know when Loving Robot is going to stream again? No. I have so many questions for him. I heard they're in crunch mode. They are in crunch mode. He normally streams on Mondays, Wednesdays, or Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern, but he's been known to stream at random other times as well, so you never really know when you're going to get him. He did pop in here yesterday and lurk for a little bit, and he chatted briefly yesterday. So maybe he'll pop in and, answer some questions for us. But yeah. My wife wants to log off the moment it's a sandstorm. I get it. I totally get it. By the way, I got the robe from AC with int clicky. It's only 2 int, not 5. It's only 2 int now? What? It used to be 5 int. That's silly. Well, In a concept, the sandstorm, but you like the sandstorms in concept, but the frequency, is in the duration and the intensity, I agree. How much friction can you handle? Yeah. What level? So I stop AoE farming shore pirates and Sungreet. Oh, if you're AoE doing those, if you're soloing and doing the smugglers in Sungreet, you're talking about, okay, way down there. I would do those until like 11 or 12 if you can. 10, definitely up to 10. You should be able to do those till like 11 or 12. And then you can go to the graveyard and do stuff in the graveyard. Is this Fallen Pass? Drake's at the top? It is, yeah. Fallen Pass, Drake's at the top. I think the class changes, the mob changes. Hang on. We could do one more quad kite before I got to go refresh buffs. I think the class changes quad are designed to change up some of the XP flow. It is, yeah. It's going to, and that's why I kind of stopped talking about it as much. I mean, if you were in here a few weeks ago, I would have been talking about the XP. I would have been yelling about charm. There'd have been a lot of things that I would have been still talking about, a couple weeks ago. But they are making these changes to all the classes. Right now, it's just hard to say. Oh my God. It's hard to say how things are going to end up. Where's that Drake? There he is. There he is. It's hard to say how things are going to end up, though, with the changes, not only just to the classes, but they're also doing changes to some of the formulas in the game. They're changing TTK. They're going to be probably looking at things like the armor class formula, the resist rates, the health pool on mobs. They're looking at a lot of those things. So we can't... It's going to be tough to really debate XP right now because it's probably going to change pretty drastically soon. If they make the game more difficult, then the solo classes are not going to be able to solo as well, and they're not going to be killing yellow and red con mobs, for example. If they're not killing yellow and red con mobs, then clearly their XP rates are going to go down. Then are they able to gain as much XP as a group? Which one is going to be better? Is the group going to be better? Is the solo going to be better? And it's going to depend on the level of the mob that person can actually kill. So, yeah. Oh, this actually worked out perfectly. I must have gotten a crit on this one mob. Let me look at something real quick. Hang on. Got to look at dates. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're so expensive, dude. I need to just focus on getting that done, just getting a bunch of stuff. I've actually been having fun playing the wizard, to be honest. I'm really close to being able to make them. What's my plan for the open test? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Sorry, I'm kind of hyper focused on a couple things right now. I'm getting tells and people chatting with me in Discord and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, I don't know what my plan is for the open test. I might play a little bit of this. I might play some other games. I haven't really decided. Like, I want to play through Death Stranding 2. I haven't played through that. I want to play the Solasta beta thing, or early access, whatever it's called. But I also might try like a class in here. The thing is, there's no reason to start a new class in this game on the open servers. There's just no reason to. Okay, let's switch over here. We could be blink. Blink twice. Who was selling them, sir? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's somebody's alt, so you never know who it is. The Spellblade Deep Dive, they acknowledge spell resist aren't quite right. Asked about why melee can hit things and spells can't, but they said they were actively looking into it. Yeah, I mean, they know that resist aren't perfect, but here's the thing that I look at. Melee doesn't always hit, right? So the problem is melee, they're just consistent. They're constantly swinging their weapon. So, of course, it's going to look like they hit more often. But if you actually look at melee hit rates versus resist rates, I would imagine that a spell hits more often than a melee hits. However, you can increase your dex on a melee to hit more often. Whereas there's really nothing you can do on a... Other than, well, you could lower the resist of the mob. And then that's it, you know? So there's no stat that you can continue to increase to make it where spells hit more often. So it's just a balancing act they gotta deal with. Definitely tough. Everyone wants to min-max XP and not group. Seems like a major issue. It is. Oh, it absolutely is a major issue. TD Pauls, yeah. Like, you should always... They should just make it to where you always feel like you want to group. Always. And then it kind of solves that problem. Like, if you are a group of 3 and somebody comes in and says, hey, can I join your group? You should always want to say yes. But you don't right now. There's 2 factors I can think of real quickly of why that's happening. One is the XP rates are way lower the more people you add to your party. And part of that is because of part 2, the second issue, which is there's not enough mobs for groups to pull to in an area, which kind of makes a third issue, which I'll talk about in a second. So there's not enough mobs in an area to camp. You have to actually, the more people you add to your party, the larger your camp needs to be. So you have to pull mobs from farther away. The third problem with that is the play nice policy adding into that, because now with the play nice policy, you're not allowed to add additional mobs to your very limited camp. So if you can't add additional mobs to your very limited camp, then why would anybody want to add more people to their party? Because they're going to have to pull more mobs when you add more people. You see what I'm saying? So one issue causes another issue, which causes another issue. And it just keeps getting worse and worse the farther down you go. So it's just, yeah, it's just awful. When does the beta server go down, today or tomorrow? It should go down tomorrow, probably at 1 p.m. Most of the time, don't quote me on this because it doesn't always happen. Most of the time, though, this one server goes down and the other one comes up at 1 p.m. So at the start date, which will be Friday, which is tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. But Ali is the one that does it, so it depends on his time frame. I want to try this game. Would you suggest as a solo for now? Right now, I would say solo is the best way to play the game, yeah. Monster Memory player base in a nutshell. Solo life is the best life, sadly, and unfortunately, yes. I wish they would migrate our closed server over. I really can't be bothered to start over randomly. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Half the people on beta treat open like a vacation. They do, yeah. Be chilling. They've always done that. People that were in the alpha server almost never played in the beta, the open alpha servers. I did, and I might still do it now because the game still needs to be tested. It really still needs to be tested. So I'll probably do a mixture. If I'm having fun playing in the open, maybe I'll start a brand new character, start from scratch just to see how it goes. But the thing is, with the changes that are coming to the game, the class changes and everything, I don't really care to play a new class right now. Not until they actually make these changes. Those weather effects look sweet. Yeah, they look sweet for a little while. I thought Dex was a hit rate for spells. It is not. That's on Pantheon it is, but not in this game. Melee has an easier time on yellows and reds for sure. Yeah, because they can jack up their decks. I question lowering the resist of mobs does anything. I don't know if it does or not. Yeah, like it doesn't feel like it does much. I say yes. It's a personal choice, not optimal one. If a group is usually at a camp, they're also farming a named, which why reduce the chance of getting the thing you want. That as well. Yeah. PvP. Well, that's partly the meta. What you're talking about there is the game's too easy, right? So like if you're camping a name, those names should be hard. They should be very difficult to do, where you need and you're going to want to have the more players to kill those named. PvP, just clean them out. Yeah, PvP has its own issues. Still not enough mobs in the camp. There's not. Yeah. Larger groups can take on harder mobs too. They can, but right now it's just you don't get enough. And you can take on harder mobs, but yeah, the problem with that is still there's not enough mobs at a camp. Period. Not for a full group. A full group of 6 players can mow through a mob in 10 seconds or less, especially at lower levels. So you have to have, and if mob respawn time is 10 minutes, or it's like 8 minutes depending on where you are in the world. But if mob respawn timer is, let's say, 10 minutes, and you can kill a mob in 10 seconds, then that means you can kill 6 mobs a minute, and in 10 minutes you need 60 mobs to kill for a full group of 6. How many places in the game do you know of? Oh, shoot. How many places in the game do you know of that have 60 mobs that are accessible to you that you can claim as a camp? There's not many. There's really not many. And that's part of the problem with it. Part of the problem with the whole system right now. And unfortunately, no matter how many people say it's not about min-maxing and I don't min-max and yada, 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 I guarantee you everyone in this chat right now min-maxes in some way. It's the extent to which you min-max. You may not min-max as much as another player, but I guarantee you everyone in here min-maxes in some way, shape, or form. Get back up here, sit down, and I will read some more chat. And then we'll do another quad poll. I feel like, how long has this lasted? Anybody know? Did anybody take note of the time when this sandstorm started? Because they definitely need to stop having them last for a freaking hour. Like, it's a 24-hour, literal 24-hour in-game sandstorm. Like, come on, guys. This isn't the surface of Jupiter. Is Jupiter the one that has that sandstorm that just lasts for millions of years or something? For example, red mob can give you 1,000 XP. If you have a full group, each could get 200, maybe more with bonus. But individual cap is 250 per mob. So you're saying to cap the XP? They could do that, yeah. There's a lot of ways that they could fix the problem. But you're gonna have people that argue, Doozle, that are like, well, it's not fair because I'm a dad gamer. These dad gamers that are popping up everywhere. All of a sudden, they kind of seem to come out of the woodworks in this situation. But they're like, I'm a dad gamer. I don't have time to get into a full group. So how am I supposed to XP? And it's like, well, you can still XP, but it's just going to be slower than in a full group. And then they're like, oh, well, it shouldn't be any slower. It should be the same rate, blah, blah, blah. And it becomes a whole freaking argument. And honestly, it's stupid. It's just stupid. Bad math, but yeah, I get your point, Doozle. So yeah, that's what's going to end up happening, though. It was the top of the hour when this started, so it's been 37 minutes. Excellent. Are the changes to Spellblade coming with Open? No, they're not going to be coming with Open, most likely. We're not going to get the update for the Spellblade or the Wizard and probably additional classes until after the Open test happens. That's most likely what's going to happen. Let me actually use... Now throw AoE groups into the mix. Yeah, AoE groups in the mix is just gonna be another big issue. You're right. You guys are right. I'm gonna get so behind on chat. I get further behind on chat when I'm playing my wizard because I'm quad kiting and I have to actually pay attention. Oh, jeez, Louise. I have to actually pay attention on the wizard. This isn't good. Thank goodness for Blink. Holy moly. Yeah, I don't usually have to pay attention on my fighter when I play. But on this wizard, I definitely do. Yeah, whatever. We'll just do a nuke. Did my fire go out? Oh, here it is. It's going out. We're good, though. We are good. All right. See if I can catch up. It's coming up close to 30 minutes. I made a post after it, and now it's been 25 minutes. Sandstorm's regional or map-wide? Yeah, they're zone-specific. Somebody said that in a second. Some zones can do them, some zones can't. Any of the desert zones can have a sandstorm. So your Night Harbor, Sungreet Strands, Shaded Dunes, Glass Flats... Fallen Pass, Vale of Zintar. Those 6 zones can have... There might be more, but those 6 zones can have it. Jupiter has the Endless Hurricane as a great red spot. Is that what it is? Yeah, I thought that's what I was thinking of. I'm a dad gamer, and people need to man up and accept if you don't have time, you don't get to level as fast. Simple. I agree. I agree, Jive Turkey. Like, it's pretty simple. It's pretty cut and dry to me. But people don't agree with that. Class changes need to come soon. They sure do. My hope is that each member adds such a large amount of XP for the group that you always add the extra member. I agree. Yes, I think that like right now it's you get an XP bonus. So if you have 6 people in your party, let's say you kill a mob solo, you get 100 XP. You have 6 people in your party, that's 100 XP divided by all 6. Which would be, I'm not doing math right now. So 100 divided by 6 equals 16 XP, right? So 16.6 XP. However, you currently get about 25 XP per person. So there is a bonus. And that bonus would be 16 divided by 25 equals a 0.6. So yeah, about well, that wouldn't be right. So 16 times 1.6 would be too much. No, whoop, I did plus. 16 times 1.6. That would be, yeah, about 25. So yeah, you're getting about a 60% bonus to the XP in a full group. It's a pretty substantial bonus, but it needs to be about 100% bonus. It really is what it needs to be to make it fair or make it equal to the solo, unless they reduce the ability for solos to do stuff. Anyway, there's a lot of other factors there. It's supposed to be atmosphere feel. It'll only cover a few P servers. Yeah. Poop socking as a dad gamer is playing from 10:30 to 1, and then getting up at 6 for work. Lucky to get 2.5 hours. Yeah, exactly. Feels like you should get a lot done with a group of Inquisitor, Enchanter, 4 Wizards, all doing point-blank AoE after the Wizard changes. I mean, it would be good, yeah. Just stun lock mobs and have the... That's my fear, Haas. That is my fear right now, is the way that they're making these changes is that you're going to have... you're going to have these AoE farm groups. I don't know if they're going to be good or bad. Like, we're going to have to see what the other classes get. It's kind of weird to me right now. They're saying they want to make the game more difficult, but then some of these new things that they're putting in sound like it's going to make the game easier, but we don't know the numbers, right? We have no idea what's the mana to damage ratio of those AoE spells. We don't know, because they could change from what they currently are. Right now, the mana to damage ratio is really, really good for Wizards. But we don't know if that's going to be the case in the future. Is XP based on highest level person? That one I'm not 100% sure on. I have heard that, yes, the highest person in your party dictates if a mob is what the con is for your party. And if it's a light blue con, then it does make a difference, supposedly. But I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it's not based on that. I'm pretty sure it's just based on the amount of XP the mob gives. Like, different mobs give different amounts of XP, and I think it's based on their level. And then you just take whatever XP that mob gives and you divide it by the players. I'm pretty sure it's that simple, but I don't know. Telekir can also have sandstorms. Yeah, Telekir is also another outdoor zone that can have sandstorms. I forgot that one. Total noob to info in the game outside of class race stuff. Well, you're in a good place. I'm sure that I or other people in the channel can answer most of your questions. Got a lot of knowledge in this channel for sure. I'm a new dad. I don't get this dad entitlement. Yeah. You play when you can, and that's it. You never catch up with people with more time. Yeah, you never will. It's the same thing as anything else in life. That's why I don't understand it. Like, do you go to a store with a release of a brand new item that you want to buy, and you're like, "Hey guys, I'm a dad. Can I cut in line in front of everybody?" That's not how that works. Oh, hey, look at that. We made it through the sandstorm. But yeah, that's just not how life works, you know? You know, I wish it was. I'm a dad. I'm a dad gamer. I wish that I could just be like, I'm going to go ahead and go to the front of the line, guys, because I'm a dad and I deserve, I don't know, special treatment. When is the Inquisitor and Rogue deep dives? Been waiting so long. Who knows? Who knows? Could probably fit a cleric in there for the cone heal every so often. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe they put these new things in because they're ramping difficulty up significantly. They might be. Yeah. I don't know. Right now we're in a state of limbo. We have no idea what the devs have planned other than they're going to increase TTK. They're going to look at the formulas and they're going to be doing a deep dive change on all of the different classes. But how much and where and all that, we have no idea. So we just have to wait and see, unfortunately. Anyone tell you you're not cool? You keep looking back at explosives. Oh, I'm super cool. Yeah. Like I'm the guy that's like, yeah, the thing's exploding in the background. I'm like Tom Cruise in an action movie. The camera just pans around like boom. We just need like a slow motion in this game. That would be a really cool spell for wizards or Spellblade or somebody is to do a slow bubble. Like think about that for like a shaman spell. Actually, everyone inside of the bubble now moves slower and casts spells slower, attacks slower. Everything is just slower inside of this bubble they create. That'd be a really fun spell. It'd be way too overpowered, but it'd be fun. If you don't feel obligated to play a certain class, which class is your favorite? For me, right now, I'm having the most fun with the wizard, to be honest. Like, I didn't think I would have this much fun with the wizard. But after playing it for a while, I'm actually really enjoying it. But I don't know. I don't know what would be the most fun for me to play. I can tell you that the fighter is not a fun class to play to me. Fighter is literally create macro spam button. It's the entire gameplay of the fighter. It is not fun. So I'm hoping for some big changes to the fighter in the future. How far is that away? Those might have snared, but we're going to make sure. Oh my god. I'm taking so much damage. Slow bubble is cool, but please no ultimate abilities. Well, I mean, yeah, they... Oh, shoot. Ultimate abilities are... Yeah, that'd be a different thing, But yeah, the slow bubble, it would be very powerful because it would not only slow attack speed, it would slow movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed all in the same thing, and that would be a very powerful ability. And that to me, that would be like an ultimate ability with like between like a shaman plus another class or maybe two other classes having to do multiple abilities together to enhance their, overall ability. But anyway, that's just me kind of throwing an idea out there that could be fun. I don't think they're going to do anything like that, though. It would be way too powerful. And that would be my complaint would be this spell is too strong and you need to take it out of the game. Just like Charm. Interested in the wizard as a magical DPS, despite it not being best for groups. The wizard is very good solo, but I think it's going to be better. Right? Like this new class write-up, the deep dive they did for the wizard is definitely going to make it. It makes it sound like it's going to be better all around. It's still going to be able to do its quad kiting. Hopefully they adjust the numbers to make quad kiting not as good because it's too good. And then hopefully they increase the numbers for single target stuff so that it feels better in groups. Tell the NFL that you're a dad and it cuts into your training time, so you should force the rest of the players to cut back on the... Yes, exactly. There you go, Haas. It's like in all athletes. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm a dad now. Everyone else now has to cater to my level of play, not your level of play. If you have more time to work out, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do that. We're limiting everyone to working out for 1 hour a day. That's it. It's just so silly. It's such a silly argument that these dad gamers have. It's such a silly argument. My brother's wife is like, I'm a mom, is an excuse. I mean... In certain things in life, I think that being a single parent is an excuse, and it's a valid excuse for certain things, right? You don't have as much time. Give them a little bit of leniency. If a single parent gets a little bit frustrated with you and, just gets frustrated with a situation, it's because they've got their kids pulling at their hair and constantly taking up their time. They don't have time to sit around and do some of these things. Give them a little bit of leeway. But to just be like, go right ahead, it's... Okay. I've been a single parent as well, guys. Like, I have been there. I too am divorced. It doesn't give me any special privileges, that those were my life choices, and here we are. It sucks sometimes, but it's where I ended up. I'm not a single parent technically now. I got a girlfriend and stuff, so it helps out for sure. Oh god, they already want Bard to be empowering buffs in taverns with Katina system. Yeah, they kind of did talk about that. Don't encourage this idea for on the field as well. See, I like the idea of bards getting into the tavern and singing some shanties or telling some stories or something. I like that idea. I would love for the bards to be able to mix in some actual in-game lore. Think about it this way. What if you had an ability on your bard roster that could only be cast while in a tavern? So you're in the tavern and you hit that ability and he starts playing a song. And your character actually starts to tell stories of places that your character has been in the past. So if you are level, let's say, 30 and you've been all through Ancient Crypt and Wormsbane and into some of Telekir, your bard might automatically start saying a story and singing a song or something automatically. Like the game just inserts that lore through your character while you're casting the spell. That would be a lot of fun. Like just telling a story of your adventure in Wormsbane or whatever. And I slayed this monster that I found in Wormsbane, kind of thing. I had a wizard pulling and CCing for me in Fallen Pass, Plagueborn. It was a beast, blinking around, rooting. Yeah, a well-played wizard is something to behold. You're not going to see that kind of gameplay here. I'm not wizardly talented in that way. I'll show you how to quad kite. That's what I can do. We need these to get closer to each other. And we can do that by going blink. Look at that. They all stack on top of each other just like I planned. Boom! Gotta get that perfect camera angle, you know? That Tom Cruise moment. Uh-oh. Ah, dang it, I knew that was gonna happen. That one got too far away. That was a waste of a AoE. What do you think the best two-hander are for Shadow Knight? There are 4 options, I think. There's the Tree Feller, which is probably it's pretty close to the best, but you have to be an ogre to use it right now. There's the Salt Lash, which is over a 0.5 ratio. I think it's like a 0.52 ratio or something. Very, very good. There is a Stable Master's Claymore, I believe. That one's pretty decent. There's one off of the Pustulax Raid Boss that's really good. The one off Pustulax Raid Boss is the best. If you really want to get down, to the nitty gritty and just tell you the best one, Pustulax. If you can do the Raid Boss. I don't understand why Snare doesn't break early from damage or randomly, but Root does. Because, well, I mean, I get where you're going with that, but Root is a hold in place, whereas Snare just slows them down. So you have to constantly move with Snare. You don't have to with Root. One of the biggest damage numbers you can find. Reminds me of old Star Wars MMO. Star Wars: The Old Republic. I think the area was ideal for the playstyle, though big open areas, outdoors and such. For what? As a new parent, I have a new admiration for single parents. Oh, it's rough, dude. Jabba, trust me, it is rough being a single parent. My girlfriend knows way better than I do. I was only a single parent for a couple years. Well, like a year-ish or so, maybe a year and a half or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I'm still technically a single parent, but my girlfriend and I live together, and we both have kids, so it helps to be able to tag team stuff, you know. But she has been a single parent for a long time, so she could tell you all about it if she wants to. I feel for single parents for sure. Do you not have any mounts? I have a mount on my main character, but mounts are broken. It's the best word to use right now. They just don't function very well. They need to be looked at. But yeah, they're in a weird spot right now. The mana burn proc two-hander is nice when hitting someone with mana. Yeah, it is. I would say the mana. So there's a mana drain weapon in the game, but I think that one there's actually one that's one-handed. Maybe it's two-handed. I don't remember. I think there's one that's a one-handed mana drain item, and it literally procs and steals mana. So that one would be really good for a Shadow Knight. One where dancers, doctors were needed to give best buffs and remove fatigue. Yeah, that'd be cool. Thanks for the great advice. What do you think the best one-handers are for late-game fighter? Well, there's two of them. Best one-hander in the game is, again, off a raid boss. The second best one-hander in the game is off of another raid boss. But I would say there's a couple different weapons you can get for a fighter for one-handed. One is going to be the Fell Trident. The reason the Fell Trident is so good, there's two reasons. One, the damage ratio on it is... Damage delay ratio is very good. The second reason you want to get the Fell Trident, though, is because it has a proc. It's got the Infirmary proc on it. That is a high threat proc. Oh my gosh. Stinking Drake went behind a rock. So it's a high threat proc. It's technically a low-level shaman spell, but it's got a lot of threat attached to it. So that's why people want the Fell Trident, is those two reasons. One is the damage delay ratio, and the other part is the proc on it. They need to add in weapons in the game that have decent damage delay ratio with actual threat procs on them that are pretty much tank exclusive items, tank exclusive weapons, you know, like, and then tanks will want those items. But they haven't done that yet. The second best items I would say for a fighter, there's two weapons, two one-handed weapons. There might be more. There's two one-handed weapons that have armor class on them. I have one of them on my fighter. The other one has been elusive. Why did that guy go so stinking far? That was really weird. I guess I blinked too far. That happens. How many raid bosses are in the game at the moment? 8. Technically. There's 5 over level 60 raid bosses. There's 3 under level 60 raid bosses. The 3 under level 60 raid bosses are hopefully going to go away. So I hope that they just make them, all 3 of those, level 60 raid bosses. Just make them all normal raids. Just get that level lock stuff needs to go away. Savage Club. That's the second one. Yeah, I have the other one. There's the Savage Club and another weapon that are one-handed that have AC on them. There might be. There's also a two-handed weapon that has AC on it, but you asked for one-handed, so. Mount function's great. They hold uniques for you, so you can farm more of them. Awesome. That sounds perfect. If you couldn't tell, that was sarcasm. It's stupid. You can mount to bypass the function of the item tag. It is. It's very stupid. What do you think of Stall's system? Seems odd. You can't list a price with the items you showcase, but it's the same issue. So the way that they had their idea is that the stalls are there to display items, and that's it. You then need to interact with the seller to find out the price and haggle and all that kind of stuff. So that it's okay. I understand that you could put a tag on there, like in a stall, if you could hover over the item and it tells you the price. But what if you're just looking to trade? I mean, they could put on that too, like you have a price and like 1 platinum, or you could put on there, trade only or whatever. But the idea is to have interaction with players, be able to, I see this item in your stall, I'm going to send you a tell and tell you what I'm offering for it. That's the idea. But I don't know. I think they could have it to where you could put a price tag on it. Sure. I don't see why not. Being able to just say, apples are $1, or 3 for $2 or whatever. Wonder what the one-hander is that I have. The one-hander I have is the Elemental Forging Hammer, which is, in fact, not as good as the Savage Club. Yeah, explain that one to me. You can't. It's much... The one that I have is a higher level and more difficult to get, I think. But the Savage Club has eluded me, so maybe the Savage Club is more difficult to get. I don't know. As far as selling an item interaction, should be a thing. Yeah. What's in Night Harbor? What about them? Yeah. I think they're over. I'm not 100% sure, actually. I think that they're, if you go into the night market, they're like in the back of that, but that could be something different. I don't think so, but maybe there is a cultist that has attacked me over there before. A random like cultist that just like randomly attacks you and it drops like a piece of paper, like a note. It's for some quest. Yeah, I think that one has to spawn at night because that's when he's got the lantern on him or something. Oh, no. Whew, got lucky. Those are actually close enough still. I was thinking those were going to be too far away from each other. I understand wanting to interact with people, but prices, OBO would be nice. Yeah, it would be nice for sure to have all that stuff. They want to add more functionality to the stalls and to the player housing and all that. There's going to be a lot more functionality, hopefully, to them down the road. That's the plan anyway. You know, I think that's partly why they pushed back the beta or the early access start, is because they wanted to have more of these systems in place. With their economy being kind of wonky right now, the housing system being kind of wonky, the mounts not working properly, the classes not being where they want them to be, the raid bosses not functioning properly. These are all things that they need, in my opinion, to have finished by the start of early access. And there's no possible way, I mean, unless they had hundreds of devs working on it full time, there was no way they were going to get that done by June. Not all of those things that I just named. Got a giant tree feller in your Ogre Shadow Knight. Sounds like I don't have a lot of upgrades out there. There's no upgrade out there, really. Well, there'd be one upgrade out there that's better than the giant tree feller, damage ratio wise. The reason that one's so good is because of the damage ratio. But it's exclusive to ogres, so I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that either. Having items be literally the best in slot items for certain classes, but exclusive to certain races. Unless you have an equivalent for the other races, it seems kind of like a little bit of an unfair advantage. But I don't know. I could see it both ways. As long as it's not like a drastic difference, but the damage ratio is a pretty big difference. You know, it might increase your Shadow Knight's DPS by... are these just respawning? Wow. It might increase your Shadow Knight DPS by, 5%. 5% increase in Shadow Knight DPS is 5% better at holding threat. So... What do you mean? A damage ratio? Take the damage, divide it by the delay, and you get a damage ratio. The higher that number, the better. It's going to be a decimal point. If it's anything but a decimal point, then you have lucked out with the best weapon in the game. Because there's no weapon in the game that's over a... that I know of, that's over a 1.0. Oh, shoot. Gosh. All right, got him. Got him with almost no health left. Holy moly. You're not going to find much Pushtulax info. It's a raid boss, and that's being gate kept pretty hard. I mean, you might find a little bit of info if you ask people in game, maybe. But pretty much all the raid stuff, there's pretty hardcore gatekeepers out there. The short version on the Pustulax, though, is you have to collect 4 items that are rare drops off of 4 different named that spawn every single day in-game at the exact same time every single day in-game. It's literally, you're probably reading on Discord as an argument, and you just don't realize what it's for. Because people are arguing about it all the time. It's a really bad system that's being changed. Your chances of doing it are slim to none, though. So unless you are part of one of the guilds that actually is doing the content. Let's go ahead and get a read while we're waiting here. It'll come out eventually. I mean, it's already out. You just have to talk to the right people. That's all there is to it. With no damage races and everything playing nice, optimization is kind of moot. No, it's not. It's not moot at all. You still want to optimize your characters because you still have, like, challenging encounters. You want to optimize to take the least amount of damage so that your healers don't have to heal as much. And then they optimize their healing and all that. So, like, you still want to optimize. You know, get highest amount of damage done. Like, you kill things faster, you get XP faster. Optimize that. You min-maxing everything. People min-max all the time. They just don't realize they're doing it. Cohesion streamed a kill of it the other day. Yeah. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Yeah, it's P-U-S-T, Pust, Ulax. All I want to know about raid stuff is raid fights fun. Nyx is a fun fight and kind of sort of ish balanced. Pustulax could be fun if it worked properly. The rest of them, no. They're not fun yet. Not a fan of WoW, but the raids were simple, but less simple than EQ. Yeah, I agree. I think that I think the raids, I think WoW, early WoW style raids are where this game probably should land. That would be my preference. But yeah, I might start talking about some of the raid content a little bit more. Like, I haven't been talking about it for a couple reasons. One, because people want to keep it hush-hush, gatekeeping, you know, kind of stuff. And it's not really my place to go and ruin that for them. Two, the raids are very much in a bad state at the moment. So they're just not, they're just too easy. There's probably more reasons I can't think of right off the top of my head right now. But yeah, they're just, it's just not really worth talking about and getting a lot of people all worked up over. Not until they're in a good state. But maybe I'll start showing some of them. We'll see. Nick should be way hard. They all should be way harder. But right now, only one raid requires more than a group. Well, there's two. One raid that has loot requires more than a group. And then a second raid that doesn't have loot, and it doesn't really require more than a group. It just makes it a heck of a lot easier to do if you have multiple groups. So maybe I'll make a video and just be like, here's the raid bosses. And just blow them up and let everybody know where they are, how they work, everything about them, and just get everyone mad at me. I would get a lot of people upset with me if I did that. Which I don't really care. They can be upset with me, but the thing is, like, I could blow it up and I could tell everybody about it, but the fact of the matter is there's only going to be like 3 or 4 guilds on the server that can actually do them. And have the numbers to do it. So it really doesn't matter. Other than people knowing about them. That's really all that would matter. Might as well get it knocked out early before it all changes on 1.0. It's going to change soon. It's all going to change soon anyway. It's kind of like the class updates. There's no reason for me to do a class overview on every one of the classes right now, which I've done previously, because they're all going to get changed in the next couple of months. Supposedly, before early access starts, they all need to be changed. So there's really no point in talking about them. But I can tell you where they are. There are, let's see. It's 1, 2 in Fallen Pass. Yeah, there's two raids in Fallen Pass, 1 in Glass Flats, 1 in Vale of Zintar. Two in Glass Flats, sorry. Two in Fallen Pass, 2 in Glass Flats, 1 in Vale of Zintar. That's where your 5 raids are located currently. See, raid competition to drive prices down? I don't think it's going to drive prices down. I mean, it might a little bit, but I mean, I don't know of any raid items that are being sold. There might be a couple that are being sold. Depends on how often they drop. Eventually, yes, they will start selling them because there's eventually you're just gonna have everybody in your guild that's gonna have those certain items. It's gonna happen anyway. Might as well, yeah. What is a necro magic scythe that I could go and try to get? I think it looks cool. A necro magic scythe. I don't know. I don't know if there is one. There probably is a scythe in the game. I can't think of a good one, though. Like one with good stats on it. Doesn't mean there isn't one. I hope the devs plan to change all the mechanics on EA just to screw with people. Metaing info from beta. Well, they need to test it, though, right? Like, the whole point of the beta is to test these encounters. So they need to put them in a place where they need them tested to make sure that they function right. We've known for a long time that these raid encounters do not function right. So they, in my opinion, need to take them out until they can get them working properly, then put them back in, and then let the players see if they can do them and make sure they are actually functioning properly. So... You could do internal testing for acquiring the items to unlock the raid. You could do internal testing for a lot of stuff. Yeah. The problem with internal testing, I talked about this yesterday quite a bit actually. The problem with internal testing is devs that are doing the internal testing are doing it based on how they created the encounter to work or whatever it is, right? However it's supposed to work is how they generally speaking, how they actually test it. Like, if I cast this spell, it's supposed to do this thing. I'm going to cast this spell and see if it does this thing. Very simple testing. The problem with that is they don't, it's harder for them to think outside the box because they know how it was created to work. Whereas another player, they give that same tool to a player doesn't know how it functions, they are going to potentially use that tool in a very different way. So internal testing will catch some things, but you need external testing that are not associated at all with the devs, have no idea how this encounter is supposed to work, how the classes are supposed to work, none of that. And then just be like, here's all your stuff, figure it out. And then let players kind of figure out how those things work. Because with that, with internal testing for the, let's say, Beastmaster, when they first came out with the taming system of the Beastmaster, clearly they made sure that that worked. They didn't check to see how much health the Beastmaster pets had. They didn't check to see how that's going to play out with resurrecting the Beastmaster. So they, it was one of those things like, okay, if your pet dies, oh, I can resurrect it with this spell. Cool. Does the spell work? Yes, spell resurrects. It brings the Beastmaster's pet back. Everything works fine. The Beastmaster pet takes hits. It does damage. Cool. Everything's working fine. Then when you give it to players, they realize the Beastmaster pets have 10,000 health. And when they're resurrected, they get 60% of that back, which is 6,000 health. Well, the most health you're going to have on a main tank in this game, fully buffed, everything is about 4,000. So even these pets are going to have more health than the biggest, baddest tank in the game. So you can see where that problem is. That's after they resurrect it. So at 60% health. So they didn't test that very well, but the players figured it out very quickly. So that's the kind of testing that needs to be happening. Internal testing is good, but it only goes so far. So with the open test tomorrow, all beta will be shut down? Yes, that is correct. Will I need to do anything to get into the open servers? Like anything special? No. You won't need to. Just if you have beta access, you will also have the open access. You just log in. You can use the same client and everything. You saw the door to the raid open. Come EA. Oh, wow, this door is locked. I mean, they could do that, sure. There are locked doors to get to raid encounters currently. That literally is a thing already. Not all of them, but one of them. And that's probably the most balanced raid. It's not perfect, but it's probably the most balanced. Average number of people taking down raid bosses. Watched one killed and fallen past, and it looked like 30-ish people. Oh, so Cohesion is a very large guild with a lot of people in it. All right. They take a lot more people to the raids than are necessary. Like a lot more. That fallen pass particular boss, the Pustulax, I would say a well-played group of well-geared players could do it. A single group of well-geared players that are knowledgeable could do it. If you're not knowledgeable and not super geared, then obviously more players is better. 30 people is way overkill for that raid. 30 people is overkill for all of the raids in the game currently. Big time overkill. But Cohesion has a lot of players. They just have a lot of people in their guild. So when they say, hey, we're going to go do a raid, people just show up because there's no max number, right? There's no reason to not bring more people to a raid other than gear. So like when you kill a boss, well, how many people are going to be rolling against you for that item? Well, if you bring 6 people, no more than 6. If you bring 30 people, potentially up to 30 people are going to be doing it. So yeah, it's just a matter of that. Do you recall Garen Grinholt's placeholder? He's a bandit in Scarwood. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about Scarwood. I haven't spent a ton of time over there. So I don't know like the exact locations of some of the mobs over there. Yeah, Scarwood is one of those mostly unfinished zones. Unfortunately. Four people out here? Yeah, there's not a lot. Not a lot to do in Scarwood. There's some giants to have, some named giants. There's I think like a named bandit or two or something. Yeah, just not a whole lot out there. There are some deep dwarves or something maybe out there in one of the little caves. Oh my gosh. That unfortunately, Scarwood was one of those vibe created stream. It was a stream created vibe zone kind of thing. They basically created it live on a stream with players' input, which is a fun thing to do for the community, sure, but Does it end up making a good zone? Oftentimes, no. Like, random players are often not the best game developers, unfortunately. Mostly because they don't think about like what's good or bad for the game. They just think about what they would do with it, you know? Not necessarily what makes it good or bad. Holy moly, dude. Stop resisting me. Golly. Thank you. The thing with Cohesion, too, is they have so many people, of the 40-plus members. Hang on a second. I'll read that in a second. Let's see. When you're LFG and most of the XP groups are Cohesion members, you kind of want to join them for ease of being part of the community. Yeah, that's another issue, depending on which side of it you're on. Sure. I don't disagree. It's hard to want to remain in a guild where you're higher level than most. Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. The way this game is built is going to be very much join the best guild on the server or get left behind. You know, that's literally what it's going to be. So you either have to accept that or fight against them somehow. You could create another guild and just invite everybody and then show up to raids and hope that you tag them first. But yeah, it's just the whole thing. Spawns at the first tent, the other. There you go. Someone's got your placeholder for you. It's you from YouTube. What's going on, Fueled? How you doing? Haven't been to Scarwood. Is it cool? It looks okay. Scarwood looks okay. It's an interesting zone. It's just a zone with a bunch of trees. It's got giants in it. It's got a big lake in the middle of it. The lake is going to lead to like an underwater dungeon area, it looks like. It seems like, but it's currently closed off. You know, it just needs some touch-ups. There's just not enough to do out there. It's got a bunch of roaming wolves and drakes and will-o-wisps, things like that out there as well. Hey, thanks so much, Fueled, for the sub. I really do appreciate it. Why do any of that? Well, Sonic seems kind of stressful to play a game like that. People like to compete, you know, for in-game content, and that's fun for some people. Not fun for everybody, but it's fun for those people that like to do it. If you're going to do what's fun, not messing with all the raid stuff. Well, yeah, and what you find fun, somebody else may not find fun. Some people are going to find just running around crafting all day fun. You know, some other people are not going to find that fun. Some people are going to find they only want to adventure. They only want to play the game solo for the challenge. They only want to play the game in a group because of their friends. They only want to go for the high-end raid bosses. You know, they just want to explore. People play for a lot of different reasons. You know, just because that doesn't resonate with you doesn't mean it doesn't resonate with somebody else. Overall, I feel kind of empty in a lot of the zones, low mob density. I would agree with that, yeah. They definitely need to do more of that. Hey, thanks so much for the other sub, SK Hattie. Appreciate it. Explore what I can, and that'll be that. I'm done with collecting epic weapons and 5+ hour camp sessions for one item, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's items, there's mobs in this game where you're literally going to be sitting there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, literally doing nothing. Nothing. That's the only way you're going to get the item, is literally doing nothing. And wait for the mob to spawn. And I'm not kidding you. You don't even have to kill anything. You just have to sit there and wait. It's It's kind of silly in my opinion. Like, it's not fun gameplay. But there are people out there that enjoy that gameplay. Sean being one of them. And he's the head developer of the game, so that's not going to go anywhere, I don't think. Hey, my day's going well. Thanks so much, Smurf. Appreciate it. Question for you. Is the commander boss in the Rat Castle in Fallen Pass accessible at the moment? Yes, that is Nyx. Do not go in there and fight that without a raid. That is literally the Nyx boss. The Nyx raid boss. Just wish if everyone took so much time, others were automated, like buying, selling loot. Yeah. You thought it was different? Nope. That is literally the Nyx raid boss. You have to get a key to get in that room though where he's at. So that's, you can't get to him without a key. So you have to, again, not a lot of people have figured out how to get the key, but you only have to get the key once. That's the good thing about it. Whereas the Pustulax boss, you have to get it multiple. You have to get, every time you want to spawn Pustulax, you have to get it. So it's a different animal, kind of. Completely different thing. But very similar in some ways. Sure. Why not? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it's just a funsy thing. In order of toughness, where would you rate the Dragon Boy compared to to Gulamane, Gargamel, and the King? The Dragon is the hardest boss, the hardest raid boss in the game, but it also doesn't drop any loot. So, yeah, not worth killing. Oh, shoot. When does the open beta start? Should be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern is going to be my guess. I don't think they've announced an exact time, but usually it's 1 p.m. Eastern. Maybe killing, so you can say you killed the toughest. I mean, we killed it in alpha, so it doesn't have any loot on it. And it was killed in alpha, and it's the exact same boss. So I've already killed it, so I have no need to kill it. Rampage cleared it, and it's, you know, it's an easy fight once you know what to do. It just takes a lot of people. Well, it doesn't really even take a lot of people. It's just it's a fight where you want to burn it down as quickly as possible, because the longer it goes, the harder it's going to get because of the damage, the amount of damage it does. It does a lot of damage. Are they still sending invites for the closed beta tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do that. They might. They might still send out the invites. But then they would do invites tomorrow and invites a week later, which means 2 sets of invites where people can't even get in to play the beta, which would be kind of weird. Oh, they're saying noon? Assume EST? Okay, so it's the 29th at noon and then June 7th at noon. So an hour earlier than I expected. Yeah, maybe we'll start doing some raid encounters and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna do whatever the guild wants to do. If they want me to tank something, I'll go tank something. If they don't want to do it, I won't do it. It doesn't matter. Are there any bosses I'm missing? Dragon Boy, Nyx, Pustulax, Gulamane, and King? No, those are the 5, currently the 5 in-game raid bosses. Supposedly, Naaman Carr, the fight is not working properly, but I don't know if that's just that it's supposed to be a tougher group fight or if it's actually supposed to be a raid boss. I honestly don't know. But Naaman Carr might end up being another raid boss. Then you also have the level locked bosses. So you have the skeleton, bone construct, and then you also have the 2 elementals. Whatever the Sky Seer and Baron, whatever his name was. Whatever those 2 mobs are called. But the 2 elementals. There's a fire elemental and a water elemental, I believe, is the other one. So there's currently, technically, 8 raid encounters in the game. But 3 of them are level locked. Which is silly. How do you feel about raids? I love raids. Yeah, that's the main reason I play games like this. I'm a big fan of raids. Was hoping for small innovations. Tank and Spank, kind of boring. So I'm kind of an odd one for that. Tank and Spank is boring. I do agree with that. But if it's the right kind of Tank and Spank, it could be fun because it just depends on, like, you need different types of encounters, right? So like a good Tank and Spank kind of thing where you need to have a good tank that knows how to rotate its abilities and good healers that know when the damage is really going to come. Things like that. That could still make a fun fight. But I also like to have fights that require a little bit more movement. Like having a fight where, like, you're fighting the fire elemental, for example, and it might pick certain people out of your raid to target and drop a puddle on them, or do a big AoE nuke, and it makes people have to move away. So, like, you see a debuff that's going to be a nuke on your character, you have to move away from everybody else. That's also a very good way to make an encounter Zerg proof. I don't really want to Zerg resistant. So what you would do is you go to fight a mob and you have 30 people on that mob. It picks 15 of them to be a target of this AoE that could potentially go off, right? But if you have 100 people at the raid, it picks 50. So just the more people you have there, the more targets, which means that more people have to spread out. And if you don't have enough room and area, then they can't get away from each other far enough, and it just would cause a wipe. So mechanics like that is something that they need in this. If they're not going to do instancing and they're not going to do raid frames and limit the number of players, I think every single raid fight needs to incorporate something to limit the number of players. Otherwise, everything is going to be a Zerg fest. If a mob can be Zerged, it will be Zerged, which is currently what's happening with some of these fights. Like you were saying earlier, Cohesion taking 30 people to the Pustulax fight. Was that necessary? No, absolutely not necessary. But why not? There's no negative to it. The more people you take, there's no negative. So I think there absolutely should be a negative. Nyx, what they're talking about doing with the Nyx fight is, so Nyx is the commander, and it's basically on a ledge, right? The raid boss is on a ledge. So when you spawn him, he spawns with a couple of ads, but then there's a bunch of other ads that spawn near the door on the way out. So you can't really, you have to fight him on this ledge, like really close to this ledge. Otherwise, you'll aggro all of these other ghost mobs that are like level 50-something ghost mobs. And if you aggro all of those, it's a very high potential wipe. So the idea there is the more people you bring to that fight, then the chances continue to get higher and higher that you're going to aggro all of those ads over there. Now, what you could do, potentially, is try to aggro all those ads and run them off somewhere. You know, like have a monk or a Shadow Knight or something that can feign death. Just grab all of them and run out the door and take them somewhere. So there's ways to get around it. But it is a kind of fix. It's a semi-solution. But yeah, they need more of that stuff. Oh, shoot. Forgot I didn't plug in my phone today. So yeah, I would like to see fights that have more mechanics. The old school EverQuest 1 style tank and spank is fun for a few mobs, sure. But I think everything in this game needs more mechanics. Like literally everything. You have most fight like this. I'm fighting these drakes right now. These drakes don't do anything as long as you're not next to them. They melee you. That's it. That's literally all they do. Which makes them very easy to quad kite. Now, if you give them ranged spells, maybe they can add like a root spell, like a ghoul root kind of thing, or they could add in a dot that they can hit you from afar, or they can have a charge ability that can come closer to you. You know, things like that make the fights way more difficult. Not very mechanically intense, but enough to where it makes it a little bit scarier. You have good ideas. I hope you get opportunity to share them with the devs. I share them with the devs all the time. I think sometimes maybe I overshare and the devs are decided to not listen to me sometimes. I don't know. That's what I feel like, but maybe that's not true. EQ Missmore emote response fights, please. Oh yeah, that could be rough. Yeah, I think there's a fine line of the right amount of mechanics and too many mechanics. But you know, like, and some people aren't going to like the mechanics. I find the WoW mechanics fun. Personally, some people don't find them fun. They just find them kind of tedious. But yeah, I find WoW mechanics fun, like the old school ones, like the fire on ground, move away from it. The player going to explode, move away from them. The summon adds. If there's, if you miss a mechanic, if you miss a thing happening, it summons adds. Or just it summons adds, period. The summoning adds ones, though, the issue with that is it becomes a DPS race, which some people will find fun, but others will not. And in a game like Monsters and Memories, DPS is not supposed to necessarily be king. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. I don't know if they're going to have a lot of DPS race type of encounters where kill it within X amount of time or it enrages. If they do stuff like that, they have to limit the number of players. You have to. Otherwise, it just becomes a Zerg fest. It's just okay, well, we need more DPS. We just bring more players. Like, it's pretty simple. They have to limit it in a different way. Oh, shoot. That guy resisted me a bunch. It would work perfect here. This game's name is tedious. Yeah, this game is... Certain things about this game are very tedious. I agree. Do you know where the robed figure is found in Night Harbor? A robed figure, yes. What are you trying to get the robe? If you're trying to kill it just to get the robe, there is a robed figure in the tower. Maybe, yeah. It's in the tower, in the Pale Tower, about halfway up in the back. So when you go in the Pale Tower, all the way, if you go across the bridge in the Pale Tower, you go inside, you go all the way through to the other side, you turn left and go up the stairs. When you go up the stairs, there's a door on your left. Go inside that door, turn right, go all the way around to the back side of that. It's going to go down, turn left, and then turn left again. All the way in the back of that is a robe figure. Haven't been up there yet. Thank you. What level is the Pale Tower? Pale Tower is level 40-ish. I think most of the mobs are around level 40. The named might be like 42 or 43. Maybe the named at the very top might be 43. You got into beta and you wizarded to level 4. Nice. What are the most important spells to get? Root, gate, any gear I should try to find. I wouldn't worry about gear too much. Anytime, if you can get some gear that has intelligence on it, you're golden. If it has plus mana on it, you're golden. That's really all you need. A little bit of stamina gear is always good. Spells that you should get. Gate is a good spell to get at level 4. I would make sure you always upgrade your nukes. If you want to succeed, do anything you can to get to level 8, and then you could get Speed of the Wild, and then go Quad Kite with your AoEs. That's the best way to level up, and what I highly recommend. Eventually, by the time you hit about level 20-ish, 25 or so, you'll be able to buy all your spells, and it shouldn't be an issue. These Drakes are level 50-ish. Like, I think they're 48, 49, and 50. Think Criddle has some of the best advice about gearing. Don't even worry about it before 20. Yeah, right now, don't worry about gearing. Yeah, before level 20. You'll end up getting some gear later on. You can, if you get gear, cool. That's awesome. But don't go out of your way to try to gear up if you're under level 20. Is there some keyword in the spell description that tells me if it's an AoE? So yeah, if you take an AoE spell, it's this right here. Scroll down to the bottom, and it says AoE type, AoE right here, and then it hits up to how many targets down here. So it's all the way at the bottom. It also says it in the description, engulf your target and those around it. So that description tells you that it hits multiple targets. But if you want the actual numbers, it's down here. I'm going to use the restroom real quick while we're medding up. Be right back, guys. Okay. Yeah, I need to start getting you guys more information on YouTube videos and such. I don't know. I have a lot of things that I want to get out there, but it's kind of tough right now because of the constant changes to the game. Good afternoon, Don. How you doing, bud? Doing well? Awesome. How many wizards soloing can this area support on the mobs? At my level, probably two. Probably two wizards AoE kiting. AoE quad kiting these. So, not many. Alright, we're waiting for the respawn. Let's just wait for the respawn and we'll get these. But, with that said, Bald, with that said, this area specifically are all roaming mobs, no static spawns. Therefore, if you wanted to, you can actually come up here and just start pulling mobs, and no one can say anything to you. If somebody says you can't pull those, that is not true by the Play Nice policy, and you can fight it. That's up to you if you want to deal with that or not, but you can absolutely fight it. I think quest guides are great. I found your stream from the necklace video. Awesome. Yeah, I might do some of those. I've got another quest that I want to show off at some point. I've just been kind of focused leveling my wizard, to be honest. I've just really been focused on leveling this. I'm not going to get it to level 60 before the playtest, the open playtest, though. So that's how Hill Giants and Wrath Mountain, yeah, free for if it moves, it's a free for all. Is my understanding. If it moves, it's a free for all because that's considered a roaming mob. If it's a static spawn and it just pops up in one location, then yeah. Okay, it was this round. Shoot. I thought this was I was supposed to be pulling these mobs. I hope I didn't mess up something here now. Yeah, I personally don't like the way that the Play Nice policy is currently written, but I don't know how you would change it either. Like, I really don't know how to make it better. But that's not my job. Like, that's kind of where I get a little bit frustrated sometimes when talking to the devs. It's like, here's the problems with it. And then they're like, well, how would you make it better? And it's like, well, my job is to tell you what the problem is. I'm a beta tester. I'm here to tell you where the problem is, not the solution. You're trying to hit 2 or 3 ticks rest regen when you run by the campfire. I'm trying to get the rested bonus, yeah, up to 20 minutes. That's all I'm doing when I run by the campfire. I sit down for 6 seconds to get it up to 20 minutes, and that's it. Dang it. I messed up back there. That's alright. It'll kind of fix my problem. Yep, there we go. We fixed it. All fixed. I wish I was able to zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know. You guys don't think that the zoom distance, like this, isn't far enough for you? That's maximum zoom. I don't know, that's something they could tweak over time. It's also something that people will probably find a workaround for, and just be able to increase your maximum zoom as like a cheat. Not that I'm condoning that by any means, but if it hasn't already happened, it probably will happen at some point. But I do imagine that it is probably already happening to some extent. Zoom out is fine for higher resolutions. If someone is playing on something lower, I can see it being a problem. I don't think the resolution changes for your zoom out, does it? I thought the resolution was only going to change for your UI. But then you can still scale the UI, so... Because if I change to 1080p, my UI will be bigger across the board. Like it'll take up more space over here and everywhere. Could be right. I play on 1440. I do too. This is 1440. So I don't know. I don't know what most people play on these days. I mean, you could easily play this game in 4K, I guess, if you really want to. I don't know why you would need to, though. I don't think it would make that much of a difference. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Oh boy, oh boy. You know, another thing I might do while we're during the open beta is try to make a couple videos. We'll see. I kind of need my characters to make some videos, though, unfortunately. Have you looked at a Hollywood Oath or Hallowwood Oath project? No, something. Was it that game? I have not looked at it. No, I don't know much about it. I heard about a couple of them though. There's like very single player focused MMOs and then PvP focused MMOs, and I don't want to play either one of those. But I have to look at all of them. I don't remember the names. There's so many out there. So many. Do 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 do. Nothing is spawning yet. There's no way I'm getting to the point now where I'm doing this fast enough to get a third quad kite in. I don't think. Maybe I could. I don't feel like it. Oh, shoot. We lost Sal. I didn't notice the Sal was running out. I gotta go get that fixed. These mobs hit too hard for me to do this without Speed of the Wild. It's doable, but difficult. Not familiar, but how it was Hero's Journey guys who got sued or whatever, so they're making their own game now. I mean, it could be good, sure. But if it's based on Hero's Journey kind of stuff, they're going to make it very solo-friendly, is what it seems like to me. Unfortunately, those guys like the solo MMO. I don't know. I also feel like, and this isn't necessarily a true statement across the board or anything, but I feel like these indie games are also going to have those situations where they have the dev corruption we talked about yesterday a little bit, where you have like devs that are able to help people out that they're friends with. I mean, and because they're a dev, that information gets spread. So yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have those players that are like, I'm gonna build my game so that I can be the best player in the game. You know, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I know it's probably not super common by any means, but I think it does happen. Yay, I got Speed of the Wild. Need to get a potion. And we'll go ahead and grab more wood too. Man, I'm getting so annoyed by this appearing underground so it puts you in a safe location when you gate bug. It's so silly. Okay. Yeah, they're not going to like that. Do, 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 do. Okay, let's go see what we can do. We're waiting for this round. Let's go grab 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's grab these and hope that something doesn't spawn on the way back. Yikes. Oh shoot, mob spawned on the way back. That means we got to do a quad kite over here. Oh shoot. Ah, I knew that was going to happen. I didn't. I expected mobs to spawn on the way back. I was like, I shouldn't do this, but I saw that happening. Now the issue is getting my corpse. Hey, if I run Kaz up here, can you log him in and res me in a second? All right, I'll run him up here and do all that. Yeah, I just totally messed up on a pull. What the heck is he doing out in the middle of nowhere? He's in shallow shoals, in the middle of the water. Whatever. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta move the reser. You on GIF? Oh, there's Kaz. Kaz, are you even on? You're out in the middle of the water. I need a res. Come res me. He's on Twitch. No? Get it later? I'm moving your character. You're there for a reason? Well, you're not there anymore. What are you doing out there? I moved him already. Oops. If something drops? Oh. I can take you back out there. Yeah, I'll move you back over there, Kev. Can you res me, or not res me, can you invis me on GIF or something somewhere? Or... There you go. We'll figure it out here in a second. Can't remember if I asked, but you think Enchanter and Elementalist will change much? Enchanter definitely is going to change in its charm, But I don't think the Enchanter is going to change a whole lot other than Charm. The Elementalist, I expect it to change a lot. Yes. Like a lot. It needs to change a lot. The Elementalist just doesn't... I don't know. It's a good class. It just doesn't play very well. It's kind of boring, and it basically just a wizard with a pet. What do you think of the element? I think I'm hoping they're going to do more with the synergy between the caster and the elementalist pet. Hopefully. Uh-oh, wait a minute. We just got some new information. Oh, that's Sean. I'll read that later. He posted... Boats are still broken. Here we go. Fallen Past Scepters. Hello, I'm posting this here since anything I post in the previous thread on a topic will likely get lost after the first 3 to 4 responses. It will, most likely. I've made a few changes to the area in Fallen Pass where the scepters drop. The spawn and drop rates have also changed. Changes to the area where the scepters drop. The spawn and drop rates have also changed. Okay. These changes are unlikely to address everyone's concerns, but hopefully they'll provide a decent tuning point moving forward. We will be exploring other approaches to similarly triggered spawns in the future. For example, having more pieces that drop more broadly, randomly, longer war effort style collection. So like, okay, so they just drop off of probably random mobs rather than specific named mobs maybe. These will attempt to provide more players and guilds of different types more opportunity to engage with different types of content. This current encounter is just one of many different encounter ideas we'll be playing with. What changed? The area surrounding the pool has been raised in level to match Upper Salmon. Wow. And it now has similar layout and mob composition. Okay, so it's going to be level 50 plus stuff. The area now has ruins and structures that create a camp for each of the 3 lower scepter bearers. This provides something to do beyond just waiting, along with experience for people that are still leveling within that range. This may impact the ability to solo and or kite these mobs. Well... +1 for Zerg clans? Yeah, probably, yeah. All 4 Scepter Bearers still spawn at dawn, so that hasn't changed. All 3 lower pool area bearers will also spawn at their respective camps at regular intervals throughout the day and night. Their respawn is at a slightly slower rate than surrounding mobs. Okay, so now you're going to have more chances to get them. The 4th bearer still spawns at its normal position at dawn, but can spawn at any of the 3 other camps at regular intervals throughout the day and night. But this spawn isn't guaranteed. Okay. The spawn percentage is currently a test. We'll see if it feels too slow or fast in practice. The new drop rates are currently a test. We'll see if they feel too weak or generous in practice. This new structure gives us a couple new knobs to dial in as we watch people farm it for the update. The lower level camp that was in a corner of the area has been moved and expanded to fill the empty space closer to Lower Salmon, which is of similar level. Okay. So these are level 50-ish mobs, by the way, just like low 50s. The route up to the Bone Drakes is still accessible, but folks should watch for patrols along the way. The route, okay, it's still accessible. Okay, so you got to go. Because there's lower level Bone Drakes that are kind of past those that people do like to farm. There will likely be a bug or two, but we've tried to test it pretty well. What hasn't changed? It still has the same basic concept: collect the correct pieces and trigger the event. No lockout of any sort has been added. People can still camp these as they would any other spawn, so guilds would do guild things. We're okay with this for this encounter for now. Guilds need guild things to do, and you can't spell social-focused old-school MMO without the word drama. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. Just remember that the Play Nice policy is in effect. The encounters itemization hasn't changed, but it likely will before EA. Oh, that's... Wait, the encounters itemization hasn't changed. So the Pustulax... Okay. The encounter itself was audited by First a couple days ago, and it looks like Pustulax abilities weren't set up correctly. We're looking at what can be addressed before the update, but expect the encounter to change over time. The change will ultimately make the fight deadlier while also fixing some of the bugginess. But we hit our pencils. We hit our pencils down date yesterday, and there's still work to be done. Treat this as something to do and a test case for the time being. Thanks for the feedback, etc., etc. We'll run through all the existing. Okay. Well, that's interesting. That is definitely interesting. We'll have to see what happens with that. But yeah. I'm at the stables on Kaz. Yeah, I just need regular invis to get as far as I can. And then I can use IVU once I get to the Drakes. Sorry guys, I'm trying to run my trying to run a cleric up so somebody else can log that cleric in and res me. Then they're gonna want me to move him back where he was. I gotta figure out where Kaz was. Kaz, you still on? Exactly? Do you know exactly where you were? Yeah, he was in Shallow Shoals, like in the middle of the water, which is weird. Account sharing is totally fine. Yes, it's over there. Well, I can take him on the wizard if we want to take him back over there real quick. After you res me. Yeah, that's fine. Not yet. I'm still running through. I'm almost to the caves. Don't have any concerns with account sharing or selling? They do have concerns with it. They don't care if you do it. But if somebody does something wrong on your account, that's on you, not on them. They're not going to try to get your account back. So yeah, the idea is that yeah, they just don't want to deal with it. But yeah, account sharing is fine. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to camp out here. I forgot to consent Kaz, though. Yeah, I'm at the spot. It's really, really close. I just forgot to consent Kaz. So I'm going to switch over. I'm at the safe spot right now. My corpse is like right around the corner. But I'm logging him out now if you want to log him in. Or if you can. Think they will run the beta lottery with the playtest starting tomorrow? Maybe. I don't know. No, they don't want boxing on no-box servers, but if you have 2 accounts and play them, yeah, you could play whatever characters you want. Yeah, they don't care. As long as you play them separately, they do not care. All right, so I'm that way. You know those 4 mobs that spawn on the way in? Go in and to the right. And then go like across, yeah, and then it's right there to the right somewhere. Tiny corpse, though. Yay. Do we want to move him back now, or do you not want to worry about that now? We can do it whenever. Okay. Were you the one camping something for him? Oh, and he wanted it too? Gotcha. Okay. Oh, shoot. I need to go to town and get Speed of the Wild. Where's my gates? Oh, such a pain in the butt to get rezzed. Like, it'd be nice if you could just log in the other character, res, log out, you know, but they don't want you doing that, so I'm not doing that. Could run a port service on one account and actually play the game on another. Yeah, it just doesn't work. I mean, it works, but it can be abused. It's a problem. Don't. Exactly. Don't know why they put out beta invites. It can't be used for a week. Yeah, they might do beta invites tomorrow and next Friday. We'll have to see. I don't think they intended for all of that to happen, right? I don't think they intended to have like these weekly invites to keep lasting this long and then also have open tests for a week long. So this is kind of a new situation. Okay, let's see if we can get Speed of the Wild and get back to it. Hey, I'm up to a platinum. Look at me. I'm rich, boys. I'm super rich. Yeah, they're going to make it higher level, is what it looks like. I mean, if nobody's over there, I'm sure you could run around and farm the whole thing, but you're not going to be able to camp all of it based on the Play Nice policy rules. Now, the question is it going to be worth going over there? Like for XP, maybe? But it doesn't sound like they're actually doing any type of new items or itemization over there. So you're not going to want to sit there and camp it all day. I don't know. Yep. It's a good question, though. I'll ask him real quick. Guilds need guild things to do, and we can't spell. There will always be some kind of drama, but why in the world would you want to encourage it when forcing the GMs to mediate leading people losing their stuff? So many ways to make a game fun without actively encouraging the drama. I mean, I don't disagree. Don't disagree. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. All right, let's get back to our quad kiting. This is why I don't want to get involved with all the drama. To be honest, like, there's so much drama and beef. I've used that term before, and people did not like that I used that term. But there's so much drama and beef with some of these guilds. It's just kind of silly. They've been out of high school for too long to deal with drama anymore. You've been out of high school for too long? Hey, man, we get drama in my neighborhood with a bunch of older people. Like, drama daily on Facebook. Yeah, I mean, drama doesn't go away just because you get out of high school, unfortunately. It just doesn't go away. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Ah! Well, that didn't work out the way I intended it. But hopefully that fixes it. Ah, they're all stacked up. That'll do. That'll do. It does for me. It's always playing games and avoiding the aspects of drama. Yeah, but life brings drama. I mean, I avoid drama a lot, but I get involved in it as well. It just comes your way sometimes. Unfortunate. High school drama, the way group cliques work, never end. Yeah. I mean, high school group clique drama is literally the exact same thing as guild drama in video games. Or sport team drama. You know? Oh, they're the same sport team as you, therefore they're your friend automatically. You know? And it's just like, come on. Like it literally never goes away. People gonna people. Just avoid the evil thoughts of ever having charm balance, and it'll be okay. I mean, they could balance charm. They just honestly chose not to. You know, for a while, they just literally chose not to charm. It's silly. As long as charms are allowed to tank, it'll never be balanced. They fix Bard in that regard. Get the rest, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that, you know, if the one way to do it is if you charm a mob to fix the tanking of it, is give all the threat to the enchanter from the charm mob. And don't give it to the actual charmed mob. Like, it just transfers all that threat directly to the charmer. I don't know if that would necessarily fix things. It could break something else, but it's a way to do it. M&M team gave some more closed access, and I got a key. I'm wondering what the first things I should be doing when you log in. Feels overwhelming. I would just start learning the layout of the starting zones. That would be the first thing that I would do. You know, learn the layout of Night Harbor, learn the layout of the starting zones, learn what you can fight, learn how to consider mobs. Find your class trainer. Maybe try to do your first quests if you can. That's where I would go with it. Yeah, like a 0.1 threat generated on Charmer when break is stupid. Oh yeah. It's really dumb. It's because it's too easy to fix the problem. Like when a charm breaks, that mob should have so much threat to you that it's nearly impossible to get off of you. Like even taunt should be, you know, like a tank taunting the mob shouldn't be able to just solve the problem. Like they should be kind of locked on you for a good 15 seconds or something where you have to deal with it. You know, make them, I would even say give them a frenzy buff for 15 seconds. Make them run faster, make them hit harder, immune to CC, untauntable for 15 seconds. That means that the charmer would be in a bad spot when charm breaks. It would also put some emphasis on having a cleric in your party, because a cleric could bubble you. Make the charm last full duration, but only attacks a charmer when it breaks. Yeah, basically is what I was saying with that. Effectively the same thing. Just hyper focused on the charmer. I mean, I'd be pretty ticked off too if somebody charmed me and had me beat up my friends or, you know, do something that I didn't want to do. I'd be pretty mad at them. When the charm breaks, I'd be like, hey, you are the jerk that made me do that. Let me go and attack you. I don't care about any of these other people. But, you know, that's just not the way that it works. I'm hopeful with the class updates. They sound like they are getting away from the whole it's this way because EQ. Yeah. That was basically one person kind of take on it, unfortunately. And that one person is no longer on the team. But they clearly, that one person was clearly like, EQ did it this way, we're going to do it this way. Which, to me, is not really a good way to develop a game. Like, EQ did it this way. I like that. Let's see what we can do for our spin on it. Sure. That's a cool way to do it. Let's go with that. But because EQ had it, we're going to do the exact same thing. Terrible. Terrible. Unless Bard is involved, then do it the Bard. The swarm kiting thing. The Bard swarm kiting was, man, that was this whole thing. All right, am I going to be able to... Oh, okay. Nope, I'm not. Yeah, I'm still going to have to do 2 rounds. I can't quite DPS these fast enough to do 3 rounds of mobs. Maybe once I get the level 58 AoE, I could do these faster. And then I could do a 3rd round, but I don't know. Bard feels nerfed compared to EQ. It is. You're not wrong. Yeah, Bard in this game is much weaker than it was in EQ. And I think it needs some changing, personally. Oh shoot. Golly, that daze is so stinking brutal, man. Can't stand that daze. Bard wasn't even that great in EQ until after Luckland. Well, yeah, exactly. Like in the Bard in the beginning is basically what it was in this game. It wasn't super crazy strong. They had to add a lot of features to it with AAs and all sorts of other stuff, and then the Bard became a crazy, overpowered mess. Wizard OP? Yeah, for quad kiting, it sure is. Absolutely is. I was saying that before I started playing my wizard. So if you listen to me, then you got a 1-up. Now, unfortunately, wizards in a group are not overpowered, but wizards in a wizards for quad kiting, crazy good. I think the issue is more than Monsters Memories doesn't have a ton of spell depth yet. Just scale spells, the same variety for most classes. Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's part of the problem. Just like, okay, we're just going to give you a higher level version of it. Cool. And then we're going to give you a higher level version of it. Cool. It didn't have like a lot of different types of spells. But I mean, how many different ways can you make a wizard do damage? You know, like, that's a whole other thing. So, I'm interested to hear how fast they will implement it. Yeah, a wizard druid duo quadding is fantastic. I wouldn't do it with a druid. Druid's just going to slow down a wizard. I mean, it's that simple. Wizard quadding by themselves will do it faster and get more XP. Unfortunately, like I think that you should want to party up, but you don't need to. So very, very sad. Oh no, my fire is dying. No fire. I do think though that like a wizard druid duo, after they have made these updates, these class changes, might still be pretty good, because then you'll have the buffs from the druid, which would help out, depending how they deal with speed of the wild and snare. Because it sounds like the druid's still, or the wizard's still going to have their AoE snare. Which means that they're not going to really need the druid, except for to get speed of the wild. About to say, do we know what druid is keeping? They have way too many tools. They're the real bard, master. All, yeah, well, yeah. We have to see. Druid Whisper gives a wizard another free round of mana regen. Guess depends if the respawns can keep up. I mean, it gives you. We calculated it yesterday. It gives you an extra 400 at my level. It gives you about an extra 450 mana every 20 minutes. 450 mana every 20 minutes is not that great for. It's not like a whole extra round of killing mobs. So, yeah, I don't think that a druid is going to speed up the killing at all. Like, it'll be a little faster, maybe. But, yeah. But like you said, you'd have to find additional mobs as well. So if you have a druid wizard quad kiting, you would need to probably find minimum 16 mobs that you can quad kite. Because now you're going to have the wizard doing a quad kite. With like druid wizard quad kite, they could probably easily do 16, maybe 20 mobs in a rotation. So you'd have to have 20 mobs that you can find, like 16 or 20 mobs that you can find easily and consistently. Friend and I duo with this setup. It's slower It's slower than solo for sure, but it's stout. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely gonna be slower than solo. I mean, it's still nice. It's nice to have for sure. It's a good option. But I think anything they can do with this game to make it more group friendly, the better. Personally, like. You made us a point. There would be no way to do that sort of AoE gameplay. Maybe. Yeah, we'll just have to see how it plays out. Like, unfortunately, we don't know. Like, you don't know the numbers. If we don't have the numbers on the mana and damage, like, if you don't have all that information, there's no possible way you're going to know, is it going to be good or bad? You know, if it's 1 mana and does 20,000 damage, that's insanely good, right? But if it's 5,000 mana and it does 5 damage, that's insanely bad. So it really depends on what those numbers end up being, and we don't know what they are. So there's literally no way to tell right now. So anybody that says that the wizard is now going to be too strong or too weak or whatever, it's just, yeah, you're not right nor wrong. It sounds to me like the wizard's going to be in a pretty good place though. Like, it's going to have the ability to do lots of damage very quickly if it chooses to, and it's going to have a good bit of sustained damage, which is something that it needs right now. We do know what they're getting more mana efficient option overall. Well, we don't know if it's going to be more mana efficient or less mana efficient than what it is currently. We just know that they're making a mana efficient option and a less mana efficient option. That's all we know. Is it going to be more or less than what it currently is? No idea. Nobody knows. Is it going to be worth casting? Nobody knows. You know, like, is that mana efficient option actually going to be as mana efficient as it should be? You know, well, you don't know. Unfortunately, we just don't know. They said they're bringing down the mana cost. Well, they said they're going to adjust it. I think that's going to be happening kind of across the board, though. So, what does that to see? Who knows? It's all speculation until we actually get it in game. Yeah, it could be mana. It could be damage too. Like, we're going to bring down the mana cost. We're also going to bring down the damage. You know, it sounds to me like they are increasing the damage on some wizard spells, but they're also going to make them very mana inefficient. So they're going to be very high mana cost to do a lot of damage, kind of like a mana burn, right? 100% of your mana, and it does 1 damage per mana. So that means I could do 2,982 damage in one spell. Very high damage right now. But it would use up all of my mana. So extremely inefficient. You probably don't want to be casting that. Almost ever. Unless you're like doing a burn phase on a mob or something. So yeah, we just have to see what the ratios end up being. I don't know. You don't know. I don't even know if the devs know. I think they're testing. They're just throwing some numbers on there and being like, "This looks good. Let's see how it plays out." Like, I'm gonna be honest. Most of their balancing so far has not been great. At least the balancing that I've dealt with has not been great. So we'll just have to see what they do with it. Their balance is very see what sticks to the wall. It is, yeah, 100%. These numbers look like they were going to work for what we are intending. Now let's actually just throw them in there and see if it actually works. You know, like, I don't want to say zero thought in it, but it has been minimal thought. At least in my opinion, it's been minimal thought. Yep, sounds about right. Yeah, that whole thing, like, I like the idea of it, the initiative of it, but it's not going to work. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I saw in Nick's streams, it was, let's see what this does. Just input random numbers into threat de-aggro abilities. Yeah. That's 100%. Like, that's why I disagreed with a lot of his takes. They weren't, I don't know. I didn't feel like they were very well thought out sometimes. It was just literally, let's see what happens, rather than let's think about what's going to happen. Now, at some point, you know, to be honest, like, you gotta stick it out there and see what happens, right? Like, you don't know what's gonna happen, because we kind of talked about that too. If you overthink it, that's also bad. You don't want to sit there and think for hours and hours and hours about, okay, is this gonna be balanced right? Is this gonna be this? But, you know, you got to give it a second. You know, just a quick thought would be better than no thought. I feel like they should have some better tools than just wing it. They have a lot of really good tools. That's the thing that's weird about it. They have a lot of tools built for this game to, like, prevent people from boxing and prevent people from cheating and all that. But then when it comes to, like, development tools, it seems like they kind of left that to trial and error. But I don't know. I'm just kind of talking out loud. Like, it's just a weird thing. They definitely do a lot of vibe coding Lots of vibe coding going on. Yeah, I think that they need to, they really need to buckle down and have somebody, I don't know. Right now, I think it's Runaf and then was it Zillith that were on the balance team? I don't remember who all the balance people were. Maybe Ali was balance, but they need somebody. I don't know how to word it properly. I don't want to make it sound bad, but it sounds to me like those two guys don't play the game much, if at all, based on the way the game is balanced. And honestly, they might be playing the game a ton for all I know, but the way in which the game seems to be balanced is like, yeah, are you sure you're actually playing the same game that the rest of us are? Maybe the software developer in me, I feel like they may need some more development tools. Agree with 100%. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I know that that's another thing that happened when Jahar came on. He supposedly created some sort of heat map thing to see where the itemization is in the how the itemization is currently in the game, and then he went in and did an itemization pass throughout the game. And honestly, I'm going to give my honest feedback here because I don't hold my tongue usually. I don't think he did a very good job of it. I felt like it was a really bad job. Then they did a second pass on it, and the second pass gave more items to the mobs that already had items on it. So they went from 3 items per mob to 6 items per mob. And I immediately said, this doesn't seem like it's going to be a good idea. And it turned out that it's a terrible idea. Both passes that have happened on the itemization front, in my opinion, have been bad since we started in beta. In alpha, it was better, I think. It was kind of bad on the other end where you had some really big outlier items and some items were just extremely rare. But I would rather have those really big, extremely rare outlier items than the way that it currently is, where you have 6 items on one mob, 5 of which are literally best in slot for various classes. And it's not even various classes. It's literally 5 of those items. The reason one of the, the reason one of those items isn't best is because it's just a duplicate. It's a shoulder. It's like a shoulder item and then another shoulder item plate on the same mob. Like, what? The idea was that they were supposed to be spreading out items to encourage more people to be at these camps. So the idea was, if you're at a camp, you want more people in your party to be able to go after items. Well, that particular boss that I'm talking about has 2 plate shoulders. Okay, cool. Plate wrist. So two tank items right there. The plate shoulders, plate wrist. A belt that tanks want and melee want. A weapon that tanks and melee want. There's literally nothing at that camp. Nothing at that camp that a healer or an int caster would want. So it didn't really do the job of making items or adding items to a camp that would encourage more people to go to it. It just encourages tanks and melee DPS. So I don't know. Just the whole thing just felt bad. I know Sean doesn't want to speak for the other devs, but sometimes he just doesn't have a clear answer for the direction of many aspects of the game. He doesn't. Yeah, you're right. Sean, and the reason I feel like that is because they don't have a project manager, right? And so now you have the situation where you have the lead dev, which is Sean, who just lets the other devs kind of do what they're going to do and doesn't need to hold their hand, which is nice. It's awesome if you can not hold the hand of every single employee that you have. But at the same time, you might need a little hand holding. I think that some hand holding would be beneficial. So having somebody that knows what the different people are doing, like the left hand versus the right hand are doing, you know? And I feel like that has gone too long without that information. And it's starting to show drastically. Like when you have a person that, just one person that you think is doing their job properly, and then they don't, well, that throws a whole wrench in things, because then you don't find out about it until way later. But if you had a project manager, maybe the project manager would have been like, hey, this doesn't fit what this other person is doing over here. Like, these things don't mesh. Can you two get together and talk about this to make sure that everything's working properly? That could have solved a lot of headaches. But there we go. But yeah, it didn't happen. So I don't know. Zillith's one of the leads for class. Well, Zillith is one of the leads for class design, not necessarily class balance. I'm sure he's doing some balance stuff. Sure, yeah. I mean, anybody that's designing classes should also be working on balance or understand balance. But yeah, he's there for class design. They have formulas for everything. They can just input a mob and a player ID and have it duke out and see what happens. This got resisted 82 times. Is that what we want? Well, that's the problem with that. There's an issue with that, right? And that's statistics versus real life. In statistics, things will work out this way every single time. So that statistically speaking, here's your answer. But when you take statistics and throw it into a real world situation, there are often outliers that happen in various ways. And it's harder to, how do you resolve those outliers? You need to understand that those outliers are there. And I think that they do know this. Like, it's not, I'm not saying anything that I don't think the devs know, but is it being implemented properly is the problem. Mention the Spellblade Deep Live Discord post. All DPS will be roughly equal DPS wise. I'm paraphrasing. Hopefully not. That's bad. Like, that's bad development, game development, in my opinion. You don't want all DPS to be roughly the same DPS wise, because if a wizard is the same as a Spellblade, but the wizard has more utility, is that fair? Should my class have the exact same DPS but less or more or less utility than another class? Or should my class, like, should a ranger, let's say it's a DPS class, a ranger is now doing the same DPS as a wizard, but it can also tank, it could also heal. It also has just a ton of other utility. So, like, there's got to be something in place for that. Like, what do you take away from to give those other, all that additional utility? You got to take away from DPS. You got to take away from something. But if like, why would you play a class that has the same exact DPS but less utility than another class? I mean, it's just seems pretty simple to me, cut and dry. You could say for fun, sure. Like, oh, I like the way that this one plays better. That could be a reason, but that is not going to be what a lot of players are going to look at. They're going to look at how good is this class overall, and then you're going to have a lot of that class running around. Reminds me of the Chieftain Rat in Fallen Pass. It's just full of plate loot. Yeah. Yep. That's how a lot of the mobs are in this game. Just the itemization just hasn't been that great. I've just disagreed with it. Most, not all, implying there will be outliers, such as Monk, since it dips into so many roles. It doesn't. He's good DPS as a rogue. Yeah. Do you know if we get to play our old characters from the previous open beta? Yes, you should be able to. The all old open beta characters or open alpha characters previously, they should be available. I love what the game is becoming slowly. I do agree having a project manager would help a lot. The scope creep scares me because if it is leading because it's leading cause of most project failures. I've seen it in corporate world a lot. Yeah, it could definitely fall apart. You're absolutely right. I asked Zillith about incantation on Wizard update, and he said he had nothing to do with it. So even with a role. Within a role, it's fragmented. Yeah, exactly. Like that might have been a Jahar thing. I don't know. Like Zillith is doing this thing, Jahar is doing this thing. How much are they communicating with each other? That needs to be happening a lot. They need to be, and maybe they are. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, they should be working extremely closely together and make sure that they know what's going on. Now, let's assume that Jahar and Zillith are in fact communicating really well together. They know exactly what the plan is for all of the different classes in the game. Cool. Who's developing encounters? It's not these two guys. It's probably a third person. So now you have encounters that are being developed and they're giving them health, they're giving them armor class, they're giving them resist rates, they're giving them all of these abilities, right? Okay, well, are these abilities and are these mobs good for these classes? So now you have to have a third person. Now all three of these people need to be talking to each other, right? Then now you have these three that are perfectly talking to each other. Okay, here's the item drop rates. Here's the stats on the items. Here's how all of the stats actually affect each other. Are these people over here that are making itemization talking to these people over here? That's the problem. That's where a project manager goes, okay, these people making the classes talk to the project manager. These people making the encounters talks to the project manager. These people making the items talks to the project manager. And then says, we're doing this based on this information. Project manager goes, cool, that works. Or no, that doesn't work. And then the project manager then goes, okay, you need to increase or decrease that encounter because it is too hard or too easy for these classes. Or you need to buff up these classes because that encounter is blah, blah, blah. Or you need to increase these items because of this over here or whatever. See what I'm saying? So like when you have a dozen people all working on things individually, unless they are all talking to each other equally, you need to have somebody that does know all of that information. And at least that's how business works most of the time. That's what middle management is for. I don't agree that you need a lot of middle management, but some middle management is always good. For example, if you've seen Office Space, you have the guy that's like, I'm a people person. That guy, right? Like, do you talk to the customers directly? Do you talk to this person directly? He got fired not because he wasn't needed, but because he didn't actually do anything. It was his assistant that did everything. So his assistant talked to the customers and talked to the programmers or whatever. But you need somebody a lot of times in the middle that can relay the information from this person to this person to this person. Weekly scrum would help out a lot. Yeah, a project manager would be doing a weekly scrum, right? Like that's literally their job is to do that. So that's why, like, I'm all for them trying this out. And Sean is basically, he said this before, we're going to keep trying it until we decide that we need to have a project manager. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed a project manager a while ago. I think they've always needed a project manager. But, whatever. Office Space, one of the most underrated movies. So good. I love Office Space. Yeah, love it. And it's very true about what it's like to work in a corporate setting. It's very true. Do you need to have like the one guy, they were saying, I've got 5 people telling me about TPS reports or whatever it was, right? And it's like, do you need to have 5 different bosses telling you to do something? No. There can be like an over amount. Like there could be too many middle managers, sure. But having one is good. Yeah, I get tells sometimes. I'm getting a tell in game about my opinions on things, and I will admit I'm extremely opinionated. I'm also very loud. I understand that. I also know that people are not necessarily going to agree with everything that I say. I understand that, but at the same time, I also feel like the people that there are people out there that probably think the same way that I do, and they are not willing to speak out, And then there's also people that speak out very loudly that think differently than I do. So, I think we need to have the conversation kind of all around. You gotta look at it from a lot of different angles. I'm not always right, and I understand that. I do know that I'm not always right. So don't think that everything that I'm saying is like, I'm right and you're wrong. I'm not trying to say it that way. I know it probably comes across that way sometimes, but I'm not trying to say it that way. You got to make it to 57 before you get off. Today? I don't know, maybe. Understatement of the century? Which part of that is the understatement of the century, Cass? That I'm not always right? I know I'm not always right. And I do sometimes make it sound like I think that I'm right. I make it sound very much like, nope, you're wrong, I'm right. I do that. I come across that way. I get it. But I understand I'm not always right. I think I'm in agreement with you most topics. Can't say all because I haven't been here to hear. Yeah, everything. But I think things from an aspect of health of the game, yeah. Having conversation, oh my goodness. Having conversation is always very good, especially when it's about EA beta game. It's the whole point. However, gamers are often not the greatest at having conversation in these spaces without taking things to a personal level. That is true. Yeah, Beefalo. And as a streamer, right? Like, like I sometimes will say something and then somebody will just like take offense to it. And I'm like, I didn't mean to offend you by saying what it is that I said. I'm sorry that it offended you. And that was not the intent. And then they'll say something that offends me and we all take it on a personal level. And it's like, okay, we don't all need to be taking things personally, you know. And I think the devs have also had that very, very similar situation where the devs take a critique of whatever it is, and they take it way seriously, like way too seriously. You know, like you got to critique stuff, man. We got to. If we don't ever say what the problem is, we don't ever speak up on a problem, period, that problem will not get fixed. Now, you may disagree. I may say something that I think is a problem, and you might say you don't think it's a problem, and that's just opinion, a matter of opinion. But yeah, if we don't talk about things, it's not going to get changed. So I think we have to talk about them. You know, let's bring it out in the open. Let's have a discussion. Now, when we start getting mad, don't get mad at each other and start attacking each other. That's where it gets me, is when people get mad at a dev or a GM for whatever their ruling on something is or whatever. Like, if Sean says, you know, he wants solo to be the best in the game, period, I'm very much against soloing being the best thing in the game. That's just me. But if Sean wants to make this a solo-friendly game, his game, he can do whatever the heck he wants. You know? Go for it. I probably won't play it. But there will be people that will play it if they make it a solo-friendly game. So am I right? No. Am I wrong? No. That's not the game for me. And I think people need to really understand that. I don't think enough people understand that. You know, they're not making a game for everyone. This particular game is not for everyone. It's not made for a very large audience. It's Niche World's cult. So I'm reading something in game real quick. All right, sorry. Somebody just sent me a Tales in game, listening to the stream, but sending me a Tales in game. Just responded to that. We all do that in some form. Yeah, we all do. But I think the difference, though, is like we all do that in some form, but I'm doing it very publicly on a stream, you know, out here. So I end up getting seen and heard probably more than most, right? So yeah, you're not wrong, Walter. You're just a butt. Yes, I've heard that before too. Yeah. What is that quote from though? Is that Walter White from? I've heard that somewhere. I don't think I've heard it like you're not wrong. You're just a jerk kind of thing. But I don't remember where I heard that from. Blind fanboying is bad. Oh, yeah. Blind fanboying is super bad. That's what happened to Pantheon, I feel like. That's part of what happened to Pantheon. In most careers, you need to learn to take constructive criticism. It typically makes you better in the end. I agree with that. Yeah, of course. 100% agree with that. I get criticized all the time. You know? Sometimes I take it well. Sometimes not so much. It happens. You should read up on the chaos that is the boat travel speed. Oh, no. That is the masterclass on not understanding the intent of the devs. Yeah. How much is this game monthly? It's going to be $15 a month is the plan. Starting in October, currently. We'll see if it actually comes out. I'll go check out the boat thing, and I'll chat about that in a second, Meta. Since your chat window is behind you, I can't tell. Just wondering how much money these are dropping. Oh, these are dropping about 6 silver. Anywhere from 5 silver to 7 silver. Anywhere in that range. With copper being like I got 6 silver, 62 copper, 6 silver, 70 copper, 6 silver, 13 copper, 5 silver, 34 copper. From those last 4. Jeff Bridges saying it to John Goodman and the Big Lebowski was the quote. Oh, is that the quote? Okay, it's the Big Lebowski. I haven't seen the Big Lebowski in so long. It's been a long time. See what happens when you fight a stranger in the Alps. Like the Big Lebowski stuff that I remember is like, he stole my carpet. That's the big thing that I remember from that. Oh my god, dude, that was a fun movie. I haven't seen that in forever. Anyway, going back to here, we can look at it. So I think the post you're specifically talking about. Oh, let me see what Burl's saying. Hang on. Burl might have a picture of his baby. Just a life update. Oh, let's see. All right, sorry. Burl is a long-standing member of my stream. He's been around for many years, and he had a kid. Well, he didn't have a kid. His wife had a kid, but they had a kid. So he's kind of disappeared for the time being. Oh shoot! I wasn't paying attention to my buffs. I need to go get Speed of the Wild again. But yeah, so the boat thing. People want to speed up the boat, right? And it's like, I get it. I get why you want to speed up the boat. You're probably used to the portals at this point. You're also used to World of Warcraft, where getting around is much faster. But in this game, travel time is part of the game. So the boats speeding up, they already took the boats. At one point, there was one boat. One. Now there are 4 boats. So a boat comes every like 6 in-game hours. So it comes at 8 a.m. and then every 6 hours after that. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So 8 a.m., 2 p.m., 8 p.m., midnight or something, whatever it is. Do we know anything about some sort of J-boots? They have hinted that there might be some sort of movement speed J-boots type of quest in the future, but that was also hinted at by Nick, who is no longer on the team. So maybe or maybe not. I don't think we know. Oh, thank you. Yay. Got Speed of the Wild. Just run into the bank to get Speed of the Wild and just get it cast on me. How nice. Loving your wizard so far. Wizard's awesome. The wizard, soloing as a wizard is awesome. It's super fun. I really like it. It's engaging gameplay. You know, it's good. It's in a good spot. But yeah. Surprised we haven't seen Dial-a-Port show up yet. I mean, there are people that do it. I've seen people that sit at the West Bank and they just shout, like, offering ports to here, whatever. I've seen it, but it's not as prevalent. I think people are still trying to level up their characters, too. So you got to think of it that way. There's not enough people that are just, like, creating a wizard and then sitting at town or having, like, a wizard alt. I think the Dial-a-Port thing was mostly because you had wizard alts. Okay, there's that. Let's do this. Solo Wizard feels good, but should it feel as good as it does? No, it should not. Group play can be easy mode. So how does Solo Wizard be so? Yeah, the Wizard is too good. It's so. Let me put it in two different ways. The Wizard is fun to play when you're doing this quad kiting. The quad kite gameplay to me is fun because you're gathering up different mobs. There is a risk to it if you get resist. You know, it can be challenging. I've died a few times doing it. And I consider myself pretty decent at it, and I still died a couple times. But overall, the mana to damage ratio of the AoE spells is too good. It's way too good. So it makes the overall gameplay too good, right? So solo XP is already too good, and then you can kill 4 mobs at once, and you can pretty much consistently do it. That's what's kind of makes it too good. Like, you're looking at my downtime, right? I don't have a ton of downtime. Oh, shoot. Okay, that mob did respawn. Let me... All right, we're going to have to... We have to quad kite down here this time. It's fine. We can do it. Just a little less room. Probably have the same downtime as someone doing 1 mob at a time, to be honest. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that's part of the issue with it. That's why it's too good. Like, my whole point of playing this wizard was to prove that the wizard is extremely good at quad kiting and soloing, and that solo XP was too good. I'm positive I've proven that point at this point, right? Like, pretty sure I've proven that point. I don't think I need to prove it any farther. But at this, I also want to get him to level 60. Especially with the wizard being one of the first classes to get an update. Not a jab at you, so don't take this the way, but every time I've tuned in, you've been soloing or on your warrior duo. Wasn't even in a group. No, I'm not taking it the wrong way. You know, that's because soloing is too good on the wizard, and when I duo, we're just camping a mob. We're camping a named with my buddy. So I camp with him to get items, and we don't want to share the item. Just to be honest with you, we're not trying. We don't. If the item drops, if we're looking for a specific item, why would we add in more players to the group who are potentially going to roll on that item? So that's why. It's the whole reason. Yeah. How do you quad in a wizard before 24? You just have to have Spirit of the Wolf or Speed of the Wild, whatever. Sal. I don't blame you for doing it. It's clearly just way too good. Loot XP wise, yeah, it's clearly way too good. The problem with it is, Meta, because you're kind of newer here to the stream. The problem is, I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying that solo XP is too good, group XP is not good enough, quad kiting is too good, charm is too good. I say some things. I speak my mind, whatever it is that I'm thinking of. I say it. I verbalize it. I don't care. And a lot of people just disagreed, and they're like, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. So it comes down to having to prove it. And because if they don't see it happen, they don't believe it. It's kind of like flat earthers. If they don't go to space and see that Earth is a globe, they just will not believe it. So You kind of have to show some people. And that was kind of the whole goal, really. You're doing the optimal thing, which is what you should expect. Exactly. Min-maxing is not what every player does all the time, but min-maxing needs, we got to look at it, right? We need to know. You got to know. The best spot I found for 16 to 20 on a wizard quad killing was Beetles and Sungreet Strand Quarry. Yes, I went there as well. Tack, I did the same thing. I killed the Beetles down there. I don't remember what level I did it at, but it was around that level. Very good spot. That thinking the Earth is a globe. NPC alert, right? Exactly. Earth is a globe. It's not a big donut. It is not. It is also not a giant snow globe on the back of a floating. The heck do they say it is? A snow globe on the back of a tortoise or sea turtle or whatever out in space. I know. Everyone's shocked to hear this, I'm sure. Have you confirmed there's no turtle, though? I mean, I haven't personally confirmed that there's no turtle. But I tend to believe those that have been in space. Because at this point, I feel like enough people have been to space to see it. And if all of them are having some giant conspiracy theory to like, they're duping all of us by saying that the world is actually a globe. That would be kind of silly, don't you think? I feel like that would be silly. But hey, maybe they are. You know, we have this dystopia future, like in Hunger Games or all those other movies that came out during, what was that, like early 2000s? That was like a whole slew of movies that came out in the early 2000s that were all about these weird... Oh, shoot. Well, I messed that up. What was the other one? Maze Runner. That was another one, right? Like, you only know of this world. So you only know what you can see. You know, at some point you just got to believe people. I don't know. Maybe the experts are right about some things. I personally hire an expert. If I'm doing anything, I hire an expert, right? Do you guys not do that? I feel like there's a lot of people in the video game community that would not, in fact, hire an expert to do something. They're just like, nah, I don't need to go to the doctor to do brain surgery on my friend. I just read a YouTube tutorial. I feel like, unfortunately, we have a lot of people out there that do that. Monster Memory Discord is reality. Everything else is a simulation. Maybe. Exactly. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I dealt with the same thing in real estate. You know, people would be like, no, you're wrong. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know how to evaluate the value of a home. Oh, yeah, dude. I hate that so much. There's an episode of Family Guy kind of on that topic. I'm talking to Isar in my headset. Yeah, he's a doctor, and yeah, he deals with a lot of that stuff. People just thinking that they know more than doctors. You don't have to go to space to confirm that the Earth isn't flat. A 5-year-old can do their own experiment. I mean, you can, yeah, you can. Like, you can... It just, the problem is you got to do it from a very long distance, you know, like a very, very long distance. Like why if you look out into the ocean and a boat just goes perfectly straight, you should always be able to see the boat, right? You may need a telescope to be able to see it, but you should always be able to see the boat if the earth was flat. But that boat eventually disappears, and it's not a magic trick. It just goes around the curve. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's pretty simple. Like it's pretty simple to prove. But hey, you know, problem is people won't believe you until they see it for themselves. And they understand. They have to understand that that boat doesn't just disappear. It actually goes around the curvature of the earth. Then they have to calculate in their head. They have to be able to understand that's how a sphere works. Some people just can't comprehend that. There's people that I know, like, in my life that are really smart on this thing, but stupid when it comes to something else. When it comes to medical stuff, I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. Somebody could tell me their blood pressure, and I'm like, okay, is that good or bad? They could tell me their, if they're diabetic, they could tell me their sugar count or whatever they call it. I don't even know what it's called. That's how bad it is when it comes to medical stuff with me. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. You know, if you tell me that your temperature is 105, I'm going to be like, you should probably get medical attention. Or if your temperature is like 95 or lower, you should probably get medical attention. But I don't know like where it becomes bad. You know, like I don't really know what is a bad temperature of a human. Like 98.6, I think, is average. Anything below 98 is probably bad, but I don't know how bad. Anything above like 102 is probably bad, but I don't know how bad. You know? Wait, the world is round? Yeah, you didn't know? They always create their own rules and conceive a reason for everything. They do. And I probably do the same thing. A smart man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from others' mistakes. That is true as well. That is true as well. The Romans were able to calculate the world was round. This is a funny thing that actually came up last night. So we went out to dinner last night and we're talking. We got the kids there and everything. And my girlfriend's daughter hates math. She just hates it. And I get it. Not a lot of people like math. I'm a math person. I love math. But not everybody likes math. And I guess she had to watch this like stupid video in school recently about math and where it came from. She goes, we had to learn where math started and like how math started. And I'm like, so you were watching a video from how many thousands of years ago? And it was just kind of a funny conversation. It's like math has been around for thousands of years. Thousands. And it's like that video is probably more about the invention of the abacus and, you know, like all that kind of stuff. But she was like, no, it's where math started. I'm like, okay, cool. I don't know. I just think that kind of stuff's funny. My favorite thing with checking my temperature was when my thermometer broke and it showed the number as Fahrenheit, but the degrees is Celsius. So I had a fever of 101 Celsius at one time. Wow. Yeah, you'd be literally boiling. John Math invented math in 1136. We'll go with that. I mean, checks out. Cool. It's on the internet. It's got to be true. Got to be true. Yeah, I just thought it was kind of funny. I'm like, you're watching a video, and she's like, yeah, you know, they're interviewing people that are, you know, inventing math. And I was like, I don't think there's a video of anyone that invented math. You know, maybe they like Einstein, you know, figured out a calculation, sure. But Einstein didn't invent math. So, I don't know. I just find stuff like that funny. I love it. It's also best when kids are involved because, you know, kids don't have a lot of real world experience yet. So they just don't get it. They just don't get it. You know? Anyway. Someone gets their info from Grok. Dude, AI is the funniest thing. Have you guys seen the meme going around, or the image going around, whatever, of AI? And it's like, they asked AI, is 2027 next year? And AI says, no, 2027's in 2 years from now. This year is 2026. Next year is 2028. The year after that is 2027. So 2027's in 2 years. And I was like, yep, that's typical AI for you. I don't know if it's a real thing or not, but it was just kind of a funny meme that I saw, and I was like, that's absolutely how AI works. And I love that AI apologizes to you. Like, that's another one that I find absolutely mind-blowing. Like, if you go into AI and you ask AI a question and it gives you an answer and you question what it is, it's like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I'd miscalculated. Let me do that again. My bad, I apologize. Like, what? Like, you're a robot. You don't need to apologize to me. Just do the calculation. I don't need all the fluff. Like, that wow, it's just crazy. That's like, what? I guess they're trying to humanize AI as much as they possibly can so that once it takes over, we think that it's human. I don't really know what they're doing with it, but I feel like they're trying to humanize it. Oh my gosh. This Drake had to have resisted a lot. Or I critted on one or two of them a lot. Most likely it's a resist a lot, though. Resist a lot's a new bear, by the way. It's a new Care Bear. I don't know if you've heard about it. You should definitely go out and get one. It's the Resist a Lot bear. They should totally do that. Monsters and Memories dev team, when you open up your store, your merch store, can we get a Care Bear style Resist a Lot bear? I'm sure that you can figure out a way to make that legally distinct and sell it to the masses. So AI is a woman. Wow, Kaz. Some womanizing going on here. Sorry, I was trying to type in the guild chat. I hate how AI speaks so 100% on things till you tell it it's wrong. Yeah, it definitely speaks in facts. Like, here is the fact. I think they do it on purpose. I think that it's programmed to speak that way because if it doesn't speak that way, people will doubt AI. And if you start to doubt AI, then people will be like, oh, AI is not accurate and it's bad. So they make it talk to you as if they are the singular most correct thing, right? That's just my guess on it, but yeah. They're teaching it to be gentler for when Skynet takes over. I agree with that, yeah. Also hate how we termed this current iteration of things as AI when it's just fancy database scrubber. It kind of is, yeah. It's just going out, getting the information, calculating the information based on all of the information it can get on the internet. It's kind of like that movie. Did you guys see that movie a long time ago with the guy who was able, he was reading and studying a book, and then he got like struck by lightning, or he's like, oh no, it was a computer, and he got struck by lightning, and he learned everything that was on the computer, but then they found out later that something on the computer was actually incorrect, and that's how they ended up making him lose like this, lose the competition that he was in. I forget the name of that movie, but that information, hopefully you'll be able to figure out what movie it is. It was a movie a long time ago. It was back in like the 80s, maybe the 90s, but I think it was like an 80s movie. When AI helps me with a complicated coding logic, I'm so relieved that it works. I say thank you to I was looking up an AI thing the other day for 3D printing, and it was like a YouTube video on tips of 3D printing and how to use AI to help you make 3D models to print. And the guy that was doing the video was like talking to Chat GPT, and he goes, would you please tell me how to do this thing, please, because I don't know how to do blah, blah. And he was like, literally, it was like, please and thank you to AI. And I was like, why are you thanking the AI? It's not a real person. It does not care if you ask it nicely. You could be like, I demand you to tell me blah, 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 and it will still do it. Like, I was just laughing so hard. Like, this guy, like, he's got way too good of manners. Way too good of manners. Anyway, do you use rank 1 blanket to apply your 5 marks of magic? I do not. I haven't calculated it. I did kind of calculate it at lower levels, and it was not worth it. At higher levels, it might be. Like at 50 plus, it might start to be worth it. I don't know what level it would be worth it. But yeah, you could do that. But no, I currently do not do that. I just start doing damage from the get-go. I find that it's a little bit better, and I also only use the 2-minute snare. So I could use the 4-minute snare at my level, but I don't. And that's because the 2-minute snare costs less mana and lasts long enough to where I can get the full kill before the snare wears off. But would it be better to do a 4-minute snare if it's going to take longer than 2 minutes to actually get the kill? You know, that's another thing that I haven't really tested. Because it's twice the amount of mana to get the 4-minute snare versus the 2-minute snare. So it's literally just double the cost. But if you get resisted, you know, then is it like, okay, well, now it's 4 times the cost if I get a resist. So, yeah. It might remember its kindness and spare him in the next takeover. Maybe. Who knows? We could look at the values, though. The slide. So, what we can do is, you know, somebody else can do this math if they want to. I started doing the math one day, and it was really annoying to do. But if we look at the math, so you have Blanket of Flame. This is going to be 35 mana, so I can cast that 4 times is what you would want to cast that, right? And then so you get the 4 stacks on that, and it's going to do 30 damage for 35 mana 4 times. So that would be 4 times 35 mana would be 150 mana for 4 stacks. Right? And you would get out of that 120 damage. Or you can just go straight to this spell, which is the level 52 version. And you can do 280 mana. So for half the cost, approximately half the cost, you can get 4 stacks. But the mana ratio, look at the difference in the mana ratio to this. 280 mana for 675 damage. So the mana ratio is way, way better than this over here. But it's only costing you 150 mana to then do 20% more damage. So you would have to factor all of that in. If you want to go do the math, go for it. You know, I'd love to see it. But I kind of just got lazy with it and didn't want to deal with it. I have to plug it all into like an Excel spreadsheet and do all that. I like math, though. Math is fun. One thing I haven't gotten an answer on from devs for Wizard Update. How does incantations work with different spell ranks of spells? Will it do the first season the book or highest rank? It'll do the highest rank, meta. Yeah, that was answered somewhere. When you do the combination, it will do the highest rank that you have in your spell book that you can cast. And you have to specify it that way all the way through. Because I can put a higher rank spell in my spell book than I can currently cast. Hopefully they tested that properly. Hopefully they tested it properly. Because if they didn't, I could potentially put in a higher rank spell into my spell book and then cast the glyph and potentially cast a higher rank spell before I actually have access to it. So hopefully it checks A, is it in the spell book? And B, are you high enough level to cast it? It needs to check both of those things. I could absolutely see them overlooking that, though. Overlooking the fact that you have it in your spell book, therefore you can cast it. And that's not necessarily true. So if you want to cast a lower rank spell, you're still going to have to put it on your spell bar. Which I don't necessarily agree nor disagree with. Like I'm kind of indifferent on it. You know, it's nice to be able to have those lower ranks, but I mean, how many different glyphs would you have to do? Now you can cast a spell of the highest rank and every rank below that. So you go from 36 spells to at level 60. I don't know, times 10, so 360 spells potentially, if depending on how many ranks they have. So that would just be way too many. You know, if I didn't pull these mobs all the way back over here like I'm doing, I could probably do a third rotation. Like I could just quad them over there. Like quad this group over here, quad that group over there, quad a different group somewhere else, and probably get 3. Which would increase my XP per hour by 50%. Might be worth it. Because right now I'm doing 8 mobs every 8 minutes or so. Approximately. I think it's 8-minute spawn. It might be 10-minute spawn here. I don't know. I should probably try that one time. Any other good quad spots from 47 to 52 other than Sister Brother Island? Sister Brother Island is not good from 47 to 52. It's not good XP. It's a good spot for getting materials, but it's bad for XP. But other spots at level 50... Once you hit level 50 plus, there are some spots. Yeah, there's the slime-covered mobs in Sungreet Strand are pretty good. They're very good, actually. And they're level 50. But the problem with those is they're often camped. And I don't want to have to deal with those. They're close to town. They're often camped. So they're you just can't really You can't often get those easily. Have you attempted to blink prior to hitting the ground so that it reduces or bypasses effective fall damage? Right now, it negates fall damage. Yeah, you do not take fall damage if you blink, which probably should be fixed. Like, definitely should be fixed. Any good stats to start with for SK, new SK tomorrow? I mean, it depends on what you want to do. If you're planning on tanking a lot and getting higher level, then you're going to want agility. Like, if you're trying to min-max, agility is the best overall stat for tanks. If you don't care about that and you just want to play and level and enjoy your time, I would probably go strength for more damage. Yeah, agility is really good for tanks, though. That's the stat you want to go with. Dex 2 for Vamp procs. So Dex is good for the Vamp procs, or for the 3 caster tanks. It's good. The procs is good for the Vamp procs. But then also for when you're casting a spell and you get hit with damage, you have a chance to get interrupted. Dexterity actually increases your chance to not be interrupted when you are hit with damage while casting a spell. So yeah, we'll try to do a round here. Let me see. What's my 26 minutes? Okay. Let's try to do a round here where we get nice. Where we get a third group if we can pull them quickly enough. I don't think it'll actually increase my XP by 50%. But it could increase my XP per hour by some amount. Because I can start killing another group before the next group spawns. Didn't move. I should have moved. If you blink when you're playing a wizard, if you blink and you try to cast a spell after you blink without moving your character, it will not go off. And I keep messing that up. It's kind of annoying. What do most spawn times look like in M&M? Old school, like 30 minutes. They're... Whoa, shoot. They're 8, 9, or 10 minutes for the most part. Like the majority of mobs in the game are 8, 9, or 10 minutes. There are some spawn timers that are longer than that, but yeah. Hate that quad pulling is even a thing. I hope they find a way to stop this. I don't think they're going to find a way to stop it. I don't think they want to stop it. I think they want it to be a thing. But it is too good. So many people whining so much. They want a true group MMORPG. Find the best way to XP without a group. Yeah. It's not that they find the best way to XP without a group. It's just that XPing without a group is just better. I'm one of those whiners. I will whine all day. That XP in groups is not good enough. But it's just a fact. It's just not. There's the more people you have in your party, the worse off you are XP wise. And like no one can prove otherwise. Try me. Like I don't care what class you are, you're best off doing a duo or trio at most. It doesn't matter what your class is. It's just finding the right combination is the problem. Solo is the best if you are playing certain classes. Wizard being one of the best, Necromancer, Charming classes, etc. Duo is the best if you're playing like a fighter, cleric, fighter healer, like a tank healer combo. It's oftentimes the best. And then if you have to, like if you're playing, let's say, a bard, you're not really a good tank, you're not a good healer, then you would be the trio of the group, and it's going to be the best XP you're going to get. If you add a fourth person, a fifth person, or a sixth person, it just continues to get worse. Quad quieting doesn't need to be gone, but it definitely needs to be not so efficient. Yeah, it's way too efficient. I agree with that. Absolutely way too efficient. How you make it less efficient than doing single target on... So yeah, right now, I'll show you the math on it. This is why it's so good. It's actually very simple to see. And once you see it, you're like, oh, well, yeah, that's silly. So we're going to look at level 50... Okay. We'll look at the level... I like to compare apples to apples if I can. So let me look at something here. Because we want to do the same level, right? So if you look at level 48, okay, and then we look at a level 48 AoE. Because I think they're both at level, you want it 48, right? 48. Okay, these are literally the exact same level that you get them. So for 250 mana, you do 700 damage. Or for 225 mana, you do 2,000 damage. Because you can hit up to 4 mobs with that one spell. So 2,000 damage versus 700 damage. Which one do you want to cast? And this one costs less mana. 25 less mana and does almost 3 times the amount of damage. It's way too mana efficient. That's the problem with quad kiting. It's literally just, it was not balanced properly. That's it. They need to increase the mana cost or lower the damage for the spells that hit 4 mobs. That's literally like the damage ratio. If I hit 2 mobs with my AoE, I'm still doing more damage than if I hit 1 mob with my single target. So as long as there's 2 mobs there, it's mana efficient. If there's 3, it's more mana efficient. If it's 4, it's more mana efficient again. It should be, you have to hit a minimum of 3 for it to be even close to mana efficient. And then 4 should be what you want to do. But it should be like 3 mobs. So like the single target damage should probably come down to like, on that particular case, like 400 damage. And then it would be 400 times 4, which would be 1600, which is, so 2 mobs, it would be 1,000 damage, or it'd be 800 damage, which is 100 more, which is not a lot more, but you know, something along those lines is what it should be. What doesn't make sense is that soloing is better XP than grouping. Well, yeah. That I can't show you based on math. Like I can't just pop it up and be like, here it is. Ah. Did that fix? Those guys gonna be? Those are pretty close. I might have gotten these. See what happens. Let's see what happens. But yeah, the group XP versus solo XP versus duo versus trio, all that kind of stuff. That one has a lot more nuance to it. So you have to look at kind of XP per hour. You have to get into a group, or you have to solo XP per hour killing some mobs, right? Then you have to get in a duo XP per hour. Then you have to do a trio XP per hour, 4 XP per hour, etc. And you have to do that. You also have to factor in, though, how quickly the mobs spawn in an area. How many of those mobs can you pull? Are you competing for mobs in that area with other players? These are all other factors that you have to look at. So it's a lot more difficult to find that, find out, you know, like that grouping is slower XP than solo and duos and trios. It's just, there's a lot more math involved in that one. Oh no! He's respawning too quickly. Can I get through here without... Ah, we made it. Alright. Yeah, that probably won't work. I thought I was going to be able to pull a third. I don't think I'm going to be able to actually pull a third. Don't see how the devs can justify quad kiting as skillful and challenging. That's allowed, but swarm kiting isn't. Even though I agree swarm kiting is going too far, it starts to hold mobs hostage. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Is it goes too far. You're holding, like, potentially holding hundreds of mobs hostage in a swarm kite situation, like an EverQuest swarm kite situation. You're holding way too many mobs hostage, and it causes zone disruption. 4 mobs doesn't necessarily, right? 4 mobs at a time, okay, cool, and then you have a couple minute downtime. Like, some classes could potentially kill 4 mobs, and one at a time, you know, they could do that too. But The thing about quad kiting right now, because it's so mana efficient, is I'm able to kill 8 mobs in a rotation, whereas most other classes that can solo would only be killing 4, 5, 6 mobs in a rotation. Maybe. It just depends on how long it takes them to actually kill the mobs. Like right now, if it's 8-minute respawn timers, and I'm killing 8 mobs every 8 minutes consistently, right? I'm killing a mob a minute. Now you get to, okay, well, what are the other classes doing? What are the other solo classes able to do? Is a necromancer killing 1 mob every minute? Is a ranger single kiting 1 mob every minute? You know, that's what it ends up being. I'm going to quad kite as a wizard because you showed me how to. Awesome, go for it. Yeah. You should be able to do it even with the class changes that they're doing, but they might tweak those numbers some. They might tweak those numbers a lot. I don't know. But they're going to have 3 different AoE spells with the new class update. I'm curious how the mob rework for range options would factor into kiting. I am too. Yeah, I'm actually really curious on that. That's why I say that the fighter mobs need to have. Oh my gosh! This one didn't want to come. Come here. The fighter mobs in this game need to have like some sort of charge or rush ability. That would be really nice. Loving Robot specifically mentioned a charged stun as a thing of possibility. He did, yeah. I mean, I kind of brought that up in his stream the other day. I was the one that asked the question or made the comment. Every fighter mob should have that, and he was like, some of them will. I don't think he's going to give it to every one of them, but yeah, he did mention that is one of the things that they're looking at. Like, here's the thing that's funny about it. Like, I don't think that anything, for the most part, things that I'm saying or other people have said as suggestions are things that are, like, new to the devs. They're not like, oh, man, we didn't think of that. They probably did, right? They probably did think of that. But sometimes it's not necessarily things that they thought about. You know, they might come up with some new ideas like, oh, I didn't come up with that. I didn't think of that or whatever. I think the issue isn't more so, though, that they're not coming up with the ideas or they didn't think of something. It's that since we, the players, are playing the game so much, we're playing the game far more than developers are playing. That's going to happen. Because they're developing the game and spending hours and hours and hours a day developing it, and we're spending hours and hours and hours playing the game. So I think it's more like, well, here's how it currently functions in the game is a better way to talk to the devs. At least that's my take on it. Rather than be like, here's an idea of how you can fix all these problems. Because honestly speaking, most of us gamers aren't going to come up with some sort of fix or solution. We come up with how it's broken. They come up with a solution to it. is how it should be. Give me a second. Let me use the restroom real quick. Actually been drinking my water like I planned to. So give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. The reference to the robot was much older. He thought of it before. Yeah, I'm sure he's thought of a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, I don't assume that the devs are dumb. I assume that the devs are sometimes not informed of things because they're not. It's very clear that they're not. And they've even said that they're not sometimes. Like, they just don't know something is happening or not happening in the game. And I think that that's why they need, I'm going to say somebody like me, I guess, but just somebody to tell them, hey, this is how it's playing out in the game. Like, I mean, I thought that people, like what Corvid was talking about the other day in chat, yesterday in chat, we were kind of telling the devs for a month that certain raid encounters were broken and just did not function correctly. And unfortunately, they just never got fixed or changed or whatever. And then Sean literally just recently was like, oh, that was interesting to learn. Literally, those are his words. Interesting to learn. And it's like, I don't see how it was interesting to learn. Like, I felt like this was well known. I thought the devs knew about this for a long time, but clearly the correct devs did not know about certain things. If they would just listen to me and only me. Now, I don't think it's me and only me. You know that. But just like certain things, like it's been known in the community, throughout the community. Anybody that has done any of the raid bosses should know, I would hope, that the raid bosses were not tuned properly. And that should have been the feedback by every single person that has done those raid bosses. You know, if you're testing the game properly, you should have said, hey, this seemed too easy. But unfortunately, I don't think that happened. And those people were, and those people that it did happen to, they didn't seem to listen to them. But I think that was also part of the problem is the person supposed to be doing that content is no longer doing the content. And it was pretty abrupt. It was pretty abrupt that they left, you know, like it wasn't just like, oh, hey, this person's leaving the team. They're going to hand off all their stuff, you know, make sure that the things that they were working on are now getting worked. No, it's just they're gone. So. It reminds me of the Bard lull. The description says 2 minutes forever. And this patch is just getting fixed. The Bard lull is... It's not a 2 minute thing. Bard lull is can last for up to 2 minutes, but could end early. It's how it's always been. All the lulls in the game are. But it's based on charisma now, which means that the higher your charisma, the longer it will last, generally speaking. Oh, you're saying because it's 18 seconds max. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. It shouldn't say... well, I don't know. Their lull could still last for 2 minutes. It should still be able to last for 2 minutes. I think. But I don't know. I think they should be able to cast the lull and it just lasts for 2 minutes. But yeah, if it's only 18 seconds max, that's a whole other thing. We can't tell them it's too easy we have all of our stuff. Well, we can. We can tell them it's too easy for what's currently in the game, or it's too hard for what's currently in the game. You can tell them both of those things. Bard lull has never lasted more than 18 seconds. They copy pasted it from another class. Oh, you mean the person that copy and pasted something? Cool. That's also one of those things that I've seen happen too much in this with this dev team. Is I'm gonna write it up this way, and I'm gonna let somebody else deal with changing the description later on, and actually write it up properly. And it's like, well, if you don't actually put the correct numbers in or whatever, like in the description or however it's supposed to actually work, the other person doing it's not going to know. You know, you still got to give them enough information. Like the editor, right? The editor will rewrite this description, and I'm just going to leave it up to them to rewrite it properly. Well, probably shouldn't do that. You should probably write it properly as best as you can, and then let the editor go back and put commas and stuff in where they need to be. There's also a song that's copy and paste over and put onto the merchant. Remove the spell from Bard being usable, and never remove the song from the Bard merchant. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's always fun. Oh shoot! Oh geez, I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh, dude, this is not good. I ran out of Sow. Oh, and I got another mob on me. God bless. And that, my friends, is why you should be able to mim spells in combat. The bar deep dive, yeah, that's going to be a good one. That one will be one that I would like to see. The Ranger is the one I'm kind of looking forward to. Did you just take a shot at Pantheon? No. I may have inadvertently took a shot at Pantheon there, but no. That wasn't intended. That was more of a people that say that there's not enough abilities, like they should be able to have all their spells, be able to have on like a billion ability bars and have every spell available to them all the time. That is a prime example of why you shouldn't have spells available to you at all times, and you may have to memorize new spells sometimes. I meant to ask this for anyone that may not have an answer, just critical. Why is there only 3 slots for enchanted armor, meaning helm? Oh, I have no idea. Why they didn't fill out that set, I do not know. I would love to have an answer to that myself. Pantheon was like driving by an accident. Unfortunately, had to look. Yeah. You're like, what is happening here? Like, what the heck? Pantheon is like a... Oh, man. It's something special. Something special. Can we please fix gate? Thank you. Yeah, I feel like that might be one of those things, the gate situation. Do the devs know? I don't know if they know or not. I think they know. I would hope they know, but I don't know if they know. One thing I'm not happy with on dev intent-wise is the ability to leave the game in an emergency in a safe manner. Oh, yeah. That's something that I brought up a couple times, and people disagree with me on. And I think that every single class in this game should have some sort of bind home, like a Hearthstone kind of thing, right? Being able to bind back to their, or gate back to their bind point. Even if it's on like a really ridiculously long cooldown. Make it multiple hours long, 8 hours, 10 hours, 15, 20. Make it, once per day kind of thing. I don't care. They should give every class the ability to be like, emergency, I gotta go. Absolutely. Bug report it? I bug reported it already, Italica. I've already done it. It's an unknown unknown. It is, yeah. So you just spray some WD-40 on the hinges of your gate? Maybe. Mayhaps. Oh, did I switch over my lamp? I did not. Let's do that. I also think might be higher failure rate or skill up issue with Master Artisan. I also know something is off in the system lately with certain skills. This would be very. You think that it makes it slower skill ups with Master Artisan? I've got Master Artisan on Criddle, which is what I do most of my trade skills on. I don't know if it's doing more or less. Somebody would have to actually do like thousands of combines to see if it's actually doing more or less. Just make dungeon design smarter. Have one-way exits within 10 minutes. Less trains. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I just think that everybody should have a way to get back to their bind point. I don't know. I'm all for that. That's just a quality of life that they may or may not add to the game. I mean, if they don't, whatever, it is what it is. If you got to camp out, you got to camp out. You know, if it, emergency situation, camp out where you're at and hope and pray for the best when you log back in, I guess. Force you to bring a druid wizard to port you out seems bad. Was hoping Spellblade would get something. Yeah. I mean, Sean mentioned a shaman escape ability that he's super proud of, but we don't know what it is yet. Make it a perk of owning a house. Yeah, recall to home. Sure, they could do that. Could be a perk for owning a house. Absolutely. That would also make it to where people want to buy houses in certain places too. An escape ability for Ranger, the new class description. No clue. Yeah. I think it, excuse me. I think it's going to be like a Spirit of the Cheetah type of spell that Druid already has, which is a group-wide spell that makes everyone run really fast for like 60 seconds. It's going to be, I think it's going to be something like that. I don't know what else there would be. Like, what other escape spell is there? Like a instant de-aggro for your entire group kind of thing? Oh, anyway, I don't know. Instant feign death monk should be called Spirit of Apostle. That's funny. Escape to zone line. Well, that's escape to zone line is literally evacuate. That's what well, I don't have it up. That's what the evacuate spell does. The wizard level 55 evacuate, which I think should be an earlier spell, personally. I mean, you have different evacuate spells, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because you have different evacuate spells that are these right here, right? So like Evershade Dunes, Shaded Dunes, it's a 9-second spell to evac your party, and you get that at level 36. You get this one at level 44, this one at level 40, and this one at level 36 as well. So you get an evac at level 36. I think that this spell, Evacuation, that you get at level 55 should be earlier. That's my, and then you should have like higher level versions of it that have a less chance to critically fail. And because that evac is an in-zone evac, if you have to evac, let's say you're in Fallen Pass, and you got to evac all the way out to Shaded Dunes, you know, like that's a pain in the butt. Now you got to run all the way back up there. You know, the whole point of an evac is to save you, but not have to make you run all the way back. But who knows? You could turn everyone into a tree and you just wait out Ice Age. Could turn everyone into a tree. Do you remember in EQ when you used to be able to translocate people without their permission? I don't remember that specifically, no. Wouldn't put it past them though to be like, hey, you can just cast it and there they go. Before they added the prompt, yeah. I don't remember that. I don't think it happened to me, but... Oh, that's fun. That's pretty bad. Yeah, it's like mem wiping mobs too. I remember mem wiping a raid mob once. Oh my goodness gracious. Resist on the last nuke. Feels bad. Yeah, we can go do that. Yeah, for sure. That weapon on there, that's what I was trying to get people to camp for the longest time. It's just a pain in the butt because of the damage shield on all those mobs there. It's pretty dumb. Could gate stuff with a bard sometimes. You could gate stuff? Oh, by like pulling the like gatekeeping kind of gate? Is that what you're talking about? Remember when mobs didn't start regenerating fast when you zoned or mem wiped? Monk cleric could kill anything. Yeah. You can do that in this game. They have been doing that in this game. Like gate the monster back to its spawn point. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Gating mobs is awful. I do not like the way they have gating mobs in this game. Wow, really? Yeah. Yeah, really. Just let me play. Like you can literally like get a mob down to 0 health. You can zone and zone back, and the mob's just walking back to camp and slowly regenerating health. It's silly. Like it doesn't like regenerate quickly at all. It needs to regenerate much more quickly. How fancy should I get for my for the kids' graduation tonight? They're graduating middle school. And we have a graduation this evening, and I'm wondering how fancy should I dress up? I can do anything from jeans and a t-shirt, or shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops, all the way up to a full-blown suit. And I'm thinking I might do a full-blown suit. Yeah, they do middle school graduation here for some reason. Well, it's not fancy, but I'm just curious how fancy I should get with it. Jeans and a button-up, jeans and a polo, you think? Well, yeah, but like, how fancy should I go with it? Should I go over top? I'm thinking, you know, like I should put on a full suit and walk in. I think it'd be fun. A suit top and shorts. It's like a tuxedo t-shirt. Because I'm here to party. Health regen of Monster Memory is very slow. It's weird. But if they make it faster, it'll just be one more OP aspect of Charm. Break Charm, Mim Blur it, let it heal, recharm. You can already kind of do that. So the regen rate is fast enough to where that's how enchanters, they break the charm, they just, you know, let the mob regenerate its health, and then they recharm it. That is absolutely what some enchanters are doing. Yes. Suit, top hat, monocle. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Thinking I may do that. We got the middle school dance tomorrow as well that I've already said that I'm chaperoning. I'm not. I'm not actually chaperoning it. But I was like, I'm going to chaperone. I'll be there. 50 layers of starch in your jeans should be plenty fancy. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is fancy enough. I mean, but we'll see. I gotta figure out what I want to do with that. I'll talk to the lady about it. See what she says. I need to go downstairs and get my lunch too. I've got leftover hibachi. Oops, wrong way. What's funny is I didn't have any leftover hibachi on my plate, but my girlfriend and her daughter both had leftover hibachi. So I've got plenty of leftover hibachi. Wear a cocktail dress? Ooh, I like that. Let's do that. I can have my girlfriend dress up in my suit, and then I'll wear one of her dresses. That would probably shock a lot of people in this area. They'd be like, what? What is this? If I want to be an efficient tank on Shadow Knight, should I have one hand in his shield I switch to, or should I pretty much expect to be using two? So that's kind of up for debate right now. I would say at low level, using a two-handed weapon is probably going to be better because you're going to need the damage. You're going to need the damage for the threat. Unfortunately. What the heck? That was a delayed... Yeah, threat generation right now for all of the tanks is kind of subpar. It needs to be better. In fact, none of the tanks have direct threat generating ability. Well, they do actually now. They changed that, now that I think about it. So they only have one direct threat increasing ability other than taunt, right? Taunt puts you number 1 on the threat list. But just as far as generating threat, it was all done through DPS. Another very bad take by the devs. They just expected tanks to do as much DPS as the other DPS classes to be able to maintain threat. Now you have like Rend for the fighter has bonus threat attached to it. So that's the only ability though. Well, all of them have an ability like that. It's the only ability for the fighter. And then they have a shield bash, which adds threat, but that's if you're using a shield. So it doesn't really, yeah. Anyway. How useful do you think the incantations are going to be? In my opinion, the 10 gems is more than enough for grouping, soloing, and raiding. I don't think they're going to be super useful, personally. I think it's just going to be another way to play for somebody that just wants to do more. You know, somebody that's got really bad ADD, for example, that just wants to push more buttons. It'll give them more buttons to push. But I'm hoping that a very good, skilled player can use the system and actually do a little bit more DPS. I'm hoping. But I don't think it's going to be a huge difference. They should make every stat important for every class. Int equals haste, wisdom. Oh my gosh, that's a tough one. I'm not necessarily for that nor against that. Having every stat be important for every class is a lot of things that you have to make work, right? But I do believe that some classes need to utilize more stats and other classes might need to utilize less stats. For example, the wizard basically needs int. That's it. It doesn't need anything else. Can it use some other stats like stamina? Sure. Does it need them? No. A paladin, on the other hand, needs every stat. It can potentially use every single stat. So that is the kind of balance that I would like to see is let's make the wizard use a few more stats to kind of balance that out. And maybe make the paladin use a few less stats to kind of balance that out. But, you know, who knows? I don't know what these devs are thinking. I don't even know if these devs are thinking sometimes. Sometimes I feel like, oh, shoot. Goodness. Sometimes I don't feel like they're thinking at all. Paladin doesn't need int. Sure does. Paladin's got nukes. It's got undead nukes. It can absolutely use int. It's the only class in the game that can use every stat. Now, does it need it? Not necessarily, but it can use it. But yeah, it is literally the only class that can use all 7 stats in some way. The Shadow Knight, I don't think it might. Its heals might be based on wisdom. So it could potentially also use every stat. But I don't know if its life taps and stuff actually use wisdom or not. Not 100% sure on that. And Cleric? Cleric could, but a Cleric doesn't need agility. Like, Cleric is not tanking, so they're not going to get hit. So it doesn't really need any of the melee stats. Doesn't need strength, agility, dexterity or stamina. Technically, like, right? Like that's the whole thing. It does use for the heal part on the life leech. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it did or not. I assumed it probably did, but that's a small amount. It's such a small amount, it's not going to make a difference, really. Sounds like a waste of time overcomplicating balance. I mean, it is. It is kind of a waste of time to overcomplicate it for sure. But I just feel like, you know, like the classes just need to use more stats. Let's find something to get. Well, they can also balance that with itemization. That could be another way they do it, right? So instead of making it to where wizards need additional stats, make it so that there's less intelligence on items in general, so that wizards need to have more items to get the higher stats, to get their higher intelligence. And then make it to where other stats are more abundant on items for classes that use multiple stats. So like a paladin might have items for it that has 2 or 3 strength, 2 or 3 stamina, 2 or 3 agility, 2 or 3 dexterity, like 2 or 3 of every stat. Whereas a wizard might have just +4 intelligence. So overall, the wizard is still gaining more intelligence than, say, a paladin would, but the paladin is getting more of all of the stats. They're just getting a lesser amount of those stats, but they're getting them spread out. So they could do it a couple different ways. Like an itemization would be another way to do it. Druid used int 2. Yeah, Druid does use intelligence, yes. And Cleric also uses intelligence, yes. That's specifically why I used Wizard versus Paladin, is because they're the drastic differences in 1 stat versus 7 stats. You could look at all the other classes and break it down. A fighter uses technically 4 stats, right? A druid could use 2 stats. So like it depends, and I think that they need to maybe itemize that or change some things within some of these classes to utilize more or less stats depending on the class. Like I would like to see it this way, right? So like a paladin, instead of gaining, let's say, health from stamina, maybe the paladin gains health from charisma. So then they don't need as much stamina. And they can kind of forego stamina, but just gain charisma, and it somehow increases their health. I don't think that would work necessarily, but it's just an idea, just to kind of throw something out there. Or maybe they get, more, maybe they get some health from charisma and wisdom or something at a much smaller amount. So stamina increases it at a much higher amount, but then they get a little bit of additional from these other stats, something to balance out the distribution a bit. Could you imagine an SK pumping wisdom so its life taps would heal for a crazy amount? I mean, yeah, I can imagine that, yes. I think people would absolutely do that. Still not certain if int matters for dot damage. It does. I think I tested that and it does, yes. I've heard all 3 ways. It doesn't. The initial damage only, or it scales dots. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure that I remember testing that, and it does increase the damage for dots. It's just a small amount. It's a very small amount. My thought are, if the game has glaring issues, try to optimally use dev hours. Oh, yeah. I get that too, of course. Yeah, I get that too. right there with you on that. Like, is this an issue that needs to be addressed right now? No. You know, like it needs to be addressed. I think through itemization would be the best way to deal with it, rather than being like every class uses every stat or minimizing every class down to one stat or whatever. I think the best thing is doing it through itemization. So just make it to where, like, things like agility, tank stats, you know, agility and stamina. Well, stamina should be on everything for every class. But things like agility should be on tank items. And just make sure that there's enough of it. Because, like, what do you use agility for? The only stat that, or the only classes that use agility are tanks. No other class uses agility for any reason. Ouch. I'm getting hit way too much here. We gotta... Oh, shoot. I gotta resist. Dag blasted. You want this game to succeed getting off the ground? Yeah. When we start nitpicking a lot of that stuff, yeah, it starts to become like, okay, that's too much nitpicking. But, yeah. I think it should be considered, though, when they do itemization. I feel like, and I've said it many times, the itemization in this game has been kind of bad. Wormsbane armor has good stats all around. Yeah, and that's part of the itemization that's been bad, if you think about it. Because the Wormsbane armor is so good that it makes level 20s and 30s actually go get the Wormsbane armor rather than do content for their level and go, like, continue to do higher level content. So people are just like, oh, well, why would I go do level 20 content when I can do level 10 content and get better gear? It's the whole thing. Morning. We smiling for Eminem weekend? I mean, I'm happy for people that don't get to play the game, for sure. If you're not in the beta, the closed beta, I'm happy that you're able to play, for sure. Yeah, I just got to figure out what I'm going to do this week. This weekend, I may or may not stream much. I'm going to be late to my stream tomorrow, by the way, for those that come in early. I will be late for my stream tomorrow. My kiddos got an award ceremony at school, so I'm going to go do that. I think it should be tomorrow. So I'll be a little bit late. And then this weekend, I think we're doing some family stuff this weekend. So I may or may not stream much over the weekend. But then on Monday, we'll see what I'm doing. I don't know. I might play some of this. I might play some other games. We'll see. New 007 game stream? Maybe. Oh, I could potentially. Is that coming out? First Light. Did that already come out? May 27th. Yeah, came out yesterday. I did not know. I know it's purposely niche, but for people who played EQ1, 2, this game is a breath of fresh air. For those stuck in WoW, would love if they made leveling and a few mechanics more difficult as well. At least in early access, I saw one streamer play it. Oh, you saw one streamer play the new 007 game? Yeah, it looks like it came out yesterday. Yeah, I want to see this game be a little bit more difficult as well. I agree. And they are making it more difficult. That is actually happening. Sean has been talking about it quite a bit. I brought it up in his last stream in chat, and he commented on it and said that, yes, the game is going to be more difficult. They are well aware that the game is not hard enough. This game. So, how difficult? We don't know. Needs to be at least, 2 or 3 times more difficult. And I also think that people need to understand the definition of difficulty. Some people are like, no, this game's already too difficult because of the corpse runs and, like that kind of stuff. And the dropping your gear and XP loss. That's not difficult, right? Those are two different things. Dropping your gear is not a difficulty mechanic. And doing corpse runs, not a difficulty mechanic. What makes things difficult are how hard mobs hit. Do you need to move around? Oh yeah, that's interesting. Wouldn't mind if leveling took. I would love for the leveling to take probably twice as long as well. I'm in that boat, and I know not everyone is in that boat, but I am definitely in that boat. People that say this is too difficult probably never played EQ. Yeah, this game is actually really easy. Even EQ1 is really easy. At the time when EQ first came out, I would say that it was a challenging game, but it really wasn't that challenging. It was just that we weren't used to that style of game. But it wasn't a hard game to play by any means. But you go back to like Nintendo days, the early Nintendo days. Mario, that was a hard game. That was just hard. Like being able to jump with precision from one platform to another. Like that's challenge. Turning on auto attack? That's not challenge. MMORPG gamers need to get out of the mindset that we need to rush in-game. I hope they make fun and engaging content for all levels. There already is, though. That's the thing that's... That's the thing that they're not going to be able to solve, right? there can be fun and engaging content at all levels, but people are still going to rush to the end game because they want to do the fun and engaging content at the highest level, right? They don't care about doing it at all the levels in between. They just want to get to the highest level and do it there. So they're not going to be able to fix that problem. That's a problem with the people that are playing it, not the game itself. I mean, literally, that isn't a problem with a video game. It made us group, but that built a great community, which I missed. Oh, yeah. That's what I want to see, is the forcing people into groups. Like, force them into groups. Make grouping so stinking good that you don't want to play the game any other way. Make it so you can play the game a different way. And that could be more challenging for players. That could be whatever you want it to be. You know, people that are solo self-found, cool, go for it. Have fun. Enjoy your gameplay. But the best way to play the game should always be in a group, in my opinion. We have lost sight of that over the past 30 years. World of Warcraft kind of pushed away. Then every other game after that just pushed away and made soloing the best possible way to play the game with some group content later on. I want grouping to be the best way to play the game with some ability to solo. So, like, literally flip the script. Let's see. I'll be honest with you. Original EQ leveling was nothing compared to Ragnarok Online. Leveling at higher levels, Ragnarok Online, you would get 0.01% XP per kill at certain points. Yeah, it's slow. Really loved EQ2 rating, but the game took a hard second and third seat to WoW. It really did, yeah. I enjoyed original. I enjoyed playing EverQuest 2. I played it a ton. Really, really enjoyed it. Spend 0.2% of the lifetime of your character, levels 1 to 40. Why put equal effort compared to highest content? Yeah, that's another reason. Another very valid point. I'm sure turning on auto attack is challenging for some. It probably is for some, yes. In some sense, there is some inherent disconnect between having a leveling system as progression and the idea of the enjoyment of the game at any level. Yeah, there is a little bit there. Min-maxing mindset robs people of enjoyment of leveling, and then they turn around and say games don't have content. That's a gaming culture problem, not just a problem. Yeah. So I agree with you guys on that. Like, I'll elaborate a little bit more just on my thoughts on it. The problem isn't that the game doesn't have enough content. The problem is, what do you find fun versus another person finding fun versus another person finding fun? That's where the problem is. Some people enjoy the journey more than the end goal. Some people enjoy the end goal more than the journey. Some people couldn't care less about either of those. So it depends on the person. I like the journey. I like the journey getting there. My nostalgia from EverQuest was running around at various levels, getting into groups, seeing things and doing things for the first time. Absolutely loved every minute of that. In fact, when I first started playing EverQuest, before we even knew that raids existed, I had a blast with that game, doing that. Then I found out about raids. And then I was like, whoa, these raids are super fun to me. Now I just want to raid as much as I possibly can because I enjoyed that aspect of it. So then fast forward a few years, I go into games like EverQuest 2 and I'm like, I know what I want out of this game, and it's the in-game raiding that I found the most fun. Even though I did enjoy the journey getting there originally on EverQuest, I thought that the in-game raiding was really what captured me and made it so fun to me. So now I just want to get to that point as quickly as possible because that's where I found the most enjoyment. That's for me. So that's what people need to realize, is that just because you found something enjoyable or not enjoyable doesn't mean somebody else doesn't find it enjoyable or not enjoyable. You know? Oh my gosh. Holy moly, I'm still getting hit. Jeez Louise. Stop hitting me, mobs. So, yeah, like you gotta understand that we all have different perspectives. You know, we all have different perspectives. I personally think solo should be rewarding only by a few select classes. So I think that, yeah, I would say that soloing, if you want to solo, here's the classes to play. And there should be a few of them, like 3, 4, 5 at most. I don't think there should be, right now, I think there's like 7 classes at least that can solo better than they would do in a group, XP-wise. Then you have like another 3 or 4 that it's kind of a toss-up between solo and a group. So they could potentially just continue to solo if they don't want the headaches of the group. That only leaves 8 classes left that require are better off in a group setting. And out of those 8 classes, only like 2 or 3 of them just can't solo. Like it's not a viable option. They could do it, but it's not really a viable option. And that's the problem to me, is when you have that much disparity, like or discrepancy between them. So you have like a class like a rogue that requires a group, can't tank, can't heal. It's basically the third wheel in every situation. A rogue is, right? Like you're better off being solo if you can, duo if you can, or as a rogue, the third wheel. And that just feels bad. So I think they need to fix that. Soloing needs to be a part of the game. Grouping needs to be alluring enough so people will always choose group over soloing. Yeah, exactly, Nova. That's how I feel. EverQuest 2 is my jam. I played on Rest. Which server did you play on? We ended up on the Fadark server. I don't remember what server we started on. Esar might know. But I think we got merged with the Fadark server at some point. Oh, we went from Fadark to Befallen. He just told me. So we got merged with Befallen later on. And the guild was Eternal Chaos. We were one of the top rating guilds in that game. We were considered the third best rating guild in all of EverQuest 2 in the early days when it first came out. For the first like 3, 4, 5 years of it, we were technically like the third best guild. We had a couple of world firsts. We had every server first. We had stuff like that. It was, the only guilds we competed with was NPU and I forget the name of the other guild. NPU considered to be the best, but then there was that whole dev. They had devs in their guild, and there's a whole other thing. Some of my fond memories, just running around from Kinos to Freeport just for fun. Yeah, I had lots of memories of just traveling around. I remember this one guy. He was a druid, a good friend. He became a good friend of mine. And he told me how to do this one particular quest that he was selling these two-handed swords. And because he was a druid, he could port around to a bunch of places and do it very quickly. So he was like doing the quest, getting the sword, selling the sword, doing the quest, and he kept doing that. And he made a ton of money doing it. And then he told me how to do it. And then I logged into his druid and started doing it. Spent my working years wishing I could play hardcore. Now I'm retired and play slow. That's great. That's great. I think the archer at the moment is the only class that can solo mobs well above its level. It's the best at doing it, yes. Anyone that can charm can theoretically kill mobs above its level. pretty well. But yeah, the archer is the best. Oh no, this person's coming in. He's encroaching. They're encroaching on my quads. Can I get this mob? Nope. Well, let's just go do these 3. It's fine. I'm not gonna try to chance it. Stein of Magog was a big repetition quest. I remember doing that quest, but I don't remember doing it multiple times. I did it once, and I used that Stein for a very long time. I want to say I kept that Stein all the way up into like Kunark to like level 60. Because I don't think I ever got I think I may have gotten a glowing black stone eventually. But I may have been after level 60 that I got it. Wormslayer was a huge moneymaker for a long time for me. Yeah, I don't remember what the name of that two-handed sword was that he did. Hey, Core's coming with the sub. Thank you so much, Cores. I appreciate it, bud. Pottery became profitable at 80? Really? I don't think I remember. I didn't do a lot of trade skilling back then. I can speak on having a dev in the guild. He didn't have any job description relating to balance and or rating. The only benefit our guild did directly get from being in the guild is we discovered an in-game bug or raid encounter bug that we put on a focus priority list. Yeah. Were you an MPU? You were an MPU top performer ranger for 5 or 6 years? Yeah. Yeah, I remember MPU a lot. Yeah. Isar actually years later went into MPU, probably after you left, but he was our guild leader of Eternal Chaos, and then once a lot of us from Eternal Chaos left, like people went and played WoW and did some other things. We just kind of got tired of EverQuest after like 5 or 6 years. People just got kind of tired of it and kind of moved on, and Isar went and he was a monk for NPU for a little while, maybe a year or so, 2 years after that. I also bought the EQ2 Special Box Edition with the steel case. Man, I couldn't afford it back then. When EQ2 came out, nope, I didn't have the money. I think after Kingdom of Sky, the game kind of took a step back, at least challenging-wise. Yeah, Kingdom of Sky is the last big expansion that we were a big part of. We did Kingdom of Sky. We did at least one of the world first bosses in Kingdom of Sky. And then the expansion after that, we were there and we did it and killed all the raid bosses, and then that's pretty much where everybody was just like, okay, we're kind of done. People were kind of getting burnt out on the game. The direction of the game just kind of started to fall apart. And then I want to say the expansion after that, we all quit for an expansion. And then some of us came back for an expansion and played for a little bit and then quit permanently after that. The Sao in East Common Tunnels, yeah. Sao was huge in East Common Tunnels. My favorite expansion pack was Echoes of Feydewahr. Love some Gothic horror setting. That, I think, might have been the one that we skipped. and then came back to at the very tail end of it before the next expansion. I think that's the one that we skipped. Because I remember going back and we'd clear, because Echoes of Fedwar was like a non-level cap increase, if I remember correctly. So they did a level cap increase, and then we killed all those mobs, got best in slot gear, and then there was like a non-level cap increase that had side grade gear, and then the next expansion. My favorite item in all of EverQuest, well, I had a few really fun items that I liked, but I really liked that shield that you got in that one expansion, the Dragon's Breath shield thing that had like literal fire coming out of the front of it. I love that shield. Super cool. Ranger class was so heavily dependent on procs based on weapon speed. Oh yeah, the Ranger was super strong. Yeah, super strong. I think our Ranger that we had in our guild was one of our top DPSers pretty much all the time. Like he made it to like every raid, and we always wanted him at every raid because it was it's a really, really strong class. Yeah, I think it was Kingdom of Sky that that shield. Might have been right after Kingdom of... No, it wasn't. It was after Kingdom of Sky. It was when they added in Kunark, all the Kunark stuff. So the Karnar's Castle and all that. It was the end. It was the final boss from that, and it was yeah, it dropped that shield. And I remember getting that. I was like, that's a really cool shield. I'm not planning on playing EQ Legends. There might be some people in chat that are, but I have no intentions whatsoever of playing EQ Legends. Will I play it? Maybe. We'll see. But I have no intentions of doing it. It is a single-player MMO, basically. So, no reason to want to play it. This game seems 9,000% or 900% better. I agree. This game is more along the lines of what I want because I want the social aspect. I want the group aspect. I want all of that in this game. EQ Legends is kind of, I mean, it's got grouping, it's got some raids and stuff, but it's just not, it's not focused on that, which kind of ruins it for me. You've been watching some streams of it and you much rather play Eminem? Yeah. Yeah, like, well, I don't know why anybody would want to play EQ Legends. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't say it that way. I don't know why anybody that previously played EverQuest would want to play EQ Legends. Unless they just never did certain things in EverQuest and they just want to have like a new, different perspective or experience on it, I guess. But I played so much EverQuest, and then I went back and I played a little bit of P99, not much, and I just wasn't digging it. And then I played some of the TLPs. I played a couple of those, and I had fun with it. But at this point, I'm just like, I'm over it. You know, I don't need to play those again. I've already played EverQuest. So, yeah. Very important question. What episode of this show am I supposed to be watching? You are on. That could have been worded better, but whatever. It could have been worded a lot better. I think it's episode 8. Is episode 9. Whatever comes out today, I haven't watched. So, I think today is episode 9. So whatever literally came out today. Don't watch that if it's out. It may not even be out yet. There was a shield with a built-in weapon proc prior to Kingdom of Sky. Use that shield throughout all of Kingdom of Sky. I may have had that shield as well. I don't know. I had literally the best gear in the game when I played EverQuest 2. Like, there was literally nothing better than what I was wearing and other people in our guild were wearing. Like, it was literally best. I was the main tank of our guild. So, I was pretty much decked out. I want punishing mechanics and a strong social aspect, so you have to learn. Yeah, that's what I want. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're on episode 5? You said you were going to catch up, young lady. If you didn't catch up, that's on you. I don't know what else to say. 100% understand. I remember randos asking me in town, how do you get that item? And my best answer is you can't. I mean, sometimes. You remember the white gear? All of that white gear from T5, white tank gear? That stuff was super fun. I love that gear because it had procs on it. Whenever you got hit, you would proc damage back. And then there was that expansion, the Knolls expansion, where they added in the Knolls, and you could go in there solo as a guardian with that proc gear, literally pull the entire zone, and then it would proc. Those procs would just fire off because you're getting hit so many times. The procs would fire off so fast that you would literally kill everything in the zone. Like, it was bananas. You have to actually work this week? Well, I'm sorry you have to actually work. I'm working too. And I still watch shows. Oh, it was a mini expansion pack or DLC? Yeah. Yeah, a little mini DLC thing. That was super fun. That was the first expansion pack they added. Non-slot only stats. Yeah. Oh shoot. Oh, it's all right. I didn't realize you pulled those. Here, I'll pull them off in a second. Let me get close enough so I can snare or nuke them or something. Oh god, they're getting all split up. All right, I nuked them. I'll move them around and get them. Just got to do this before they start to respawn over here. Should have time, though. Should be good. All right. Oh, if you do that, we got to get Kaz over there because he's gonna want it. Okay. The people need PowerPoints. I'm sure the people do need PowerPoints. These people need streams of me saying that this game is really fun, but then critiquing every single bit of it. But then I'm like, no, really good game. Promise, really, really good game. But here's all the things wrong with it. But it's a really good game. That's pretty much me every day. Definitely come play this game. However, it's got its problems. I don't know if I'm like the biggest critic for this game or the biggest fan. I haven't figured that out yet. But some would say that biggest fans are usually the biggest critics. So maybe I'm both. Nothing is perfect? Oh, I'm perfect. I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, the heyday of MMOs, EQ2 rating was equally fun as demanding time commitment. I thought EQ2 rating was a lot of fun, yeah. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. I didn't like a lot of other things in EverQuest, or EverQuest 2, but I thought the rating was fantastic. Trying to figure out some of those bosses was just awesome. It was super fun. No such thing as a perfect game. Final Fantasy 8 was your favorite Final Fantasy, but they're usually an army ready to tear it down. 8 was not my favorite. 6 was my favorite, but yeah, most people would say 7 was the best. And you know, I think some of that has to do with maybe it's your first Final Fantasy you ever played. The first Final Fantasy I ever played was Final Fantasy 1. So yeah. You loved 8? 8 was fun. I mean, it wasn't a bad game, but it wasn't my favorite. My opinion, if you have the proper experience, critiques, your passion coming through as constructive criticism. Yeah, I think so. But I think the problem with it is, Cores, is it can come through as constructive criticism to the right ears. But if you critique something that somebody loves so much and you critique it to something that they disagree with, then they will just say that you're wrong and that you aren't critiquing it, you're just hating on it. And that's where I've run into, because that's literally what happened with Pantheon, and that's what's happening now with Monsters and Memories. I loved Pantheon when it first came out. I absolutely loved that game, and I was really hoping that would continue to grow and be better. And I talked nothing but positive things, and so many people said that I was a shill and that all I did was talk positively about Pantheon, and I couldn't see any of the negatives. And then here we are a year later, and now I have almost nothing but negatives to say about Pantheon. And then people are like, no, Pantheon's still amazing. You just hate on the game and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. At one point, I loved it. Now I'm just a hater of it. And it's like, the whole time I've been in the middle of that. You know, I want it to be successful and I want it to be good. Here's what I think they need to do to make it good and successful. So yeah, I don't know. It's just duality of man. You're speaking on a public forum. Yeah, exactly. I haven't heard that a lot on Discord lately, though some of it's probably true. You haven't heard what lately? The honeymoon phase? I don't think it was a honeymoon phase for me on I critiqued originally on Pantheon. I critiqued it. I enjoyed it. I liked it a lot, but I also critiqued it. I just don't think that people heard those critiques as loudly. Just like here in Monsters and Memories, I say good things about Monsters and Memories. I say negative things or critiques way more often, and people hear those. That's you know they're going to hear what they want to hear, you know, and that's all there is to it. If they want to hear somebody hate on the game, they're going to hear somebody hate on the game. If they want to hear somebody love the game, they're going to hear somebody love the game. I've heard that a lot lately. The whole if people disagree with someone, they're just hating or trolling. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's happened a lot on the Discord for sure. Like, there's been a lot of trolling on the Discord, and it's like that subtle trolling where they feign ignorance to then troll you. I can't stand that junk. Like, that's just so childish. But yeah, it has happened quite a bit. The way I see it as blind viewer is you're almost done with your second level 60. There's no way you hate the game, even if there's parts you strongly dislike. Yeah, I have put thousands of hours into this game at this point. Thousands. Probably more than 99.9% of other players. I'm sure there's people that have put in as much, if not more time than I have. And there's also people that have just left their characters logged in to make it look like they put in a lot of time. but they haven't really played the game that much. But yeah, like this is not my second level 60 character, by the way. This is my third level 60 character. I leveled a fighter already previously to level 60 on the alpha server. So this would be my third that I personally leveled to level 60. But then I also have another fighter that's level 40, right around level 40. I don't remember what level he is. But around level 40 on the open test. I also have a cleric around that same level on the open test. I also have a druid that I leveled up to around 40 something. I also have like a bunch of other characters that I've leveled up. Like I've played this game a lot. So clearly I like it. Otherwise I would have just been like, nope. Pantheon I played a lot as well, but I didn't continue playing it. I kept giving critiques. They kept not making adjustments, and I got tired of playing it, and I moved on. So, you know, now I just hate on Pantheon. That's just literally all I do with it. But this game I really like. Clearly I like it. I leveled to 60 entirely in the sewers. What? How do you level to 60 entirely in the sewers? What the heck? Those things are way back there when they hit me. The heck is that garbage? Dagnabbit. You stinking Drake. Melee attack range is too high. Sometimes it is, yeah. The range is a bit too far. I think that was a latency issue on that particular melee attack, but it is a little bit too far. Have you fought the wolves, the giant wolves in Vale of Zintar? Those things can melee you from a mile away. It is ridiculous how far the melee range is. Played a cleric at first, ever character in EQ1, and I vowed never to heal ever again in MMO. It's rough. It is definitely rough. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of healing in MMOs either. I'll tank in an MMO, and I don't mind doing it, but I would prefer to play a DPS class or a utility class in a game like this. Like I would totally play an enchanter in this game. I would play a monk in this game. I'd play a lot of classes in this game. Not to sound ungrateful, but at the higher end content, I found I was more impactful as a DPS and or a tank. Yeah. So I found that I do my best work as a tank in an MMO or in a high end rating and high end content. I just do way better as a tank. I can do okay as a DPS, but when I played World of Warcraft, I mostly tanked in World of Warcraft, but sometimes I'd get into raids and they'd want me to DPS, so I would DPS. And I found that I would do okay DPS, but I would not often top the charts unless I'm playing like a broken, overpowered class that is always going to top the charts. But it was the rotation. I wouldn't always get it perfect, you know, and I would mess up here and there. But I also didn't play them enough. Maybe if I played the DPS class more, I would be better at it. But yeah. Open world mob density needs work. I agree. For the area, only have 4 Drake spawns is silly. See it all through the game, unless actually camp spawn most times in areas not worth trying to XP at. I agree. Yeah.
I don't disagree with you. You're talking about the drakes at the lower drakes down near the Pyramos village, and they only have 4 that spawn there, 3 that spawn down the way from there, and then 1 roamer that spawns. It's just not enough for a camp. You know, you could say, hey, I'm camping this, but it's like a single solo player can kill all 4 of those, and they're sitting around twiddling their thumbs for like 5 minutes, you know, waiting for them to respawn. Boring. I've grown to like the buff debuff bot. Fairly relaxing. Yeah, it's a pretty chill gameplay. I mean, playing like a shaman in this game and just like be buffing and debuffing and then putting a dot up every now and then. Yeah, that's... Now, if you're playing a shaman that is the primary healer of a group and debuffing and dotting and buffing your party and doing all of those things, that starts to become a lot. It's definitely a lot. It's a great camp for laundry day. Yeah. Or great camp if you're working or something. Heals could 100% be viewed as most important. Just felt that in most games, the skill ceiling often wasn't as high. Yeah, healing, like for me, healing wasn't that I couldn't do it. I'll be perfectly honest. Healing is that I don't pay attention enough. Because if you're playing a healer, you have to watch your entire group's health bars all the time. And if you're not looking at those health bars, somebody will probably die. Why did the game get quieter all of a sudden? Oh, that's why. I got a mixer over here, and my headset cord got into the volume controls. Oops. I'm Sir Mix-a-Lot. One of my favorite classes is Enchanter. I loved doing crowd control. I do too. I think that's super fun. I don't know why so many people are like, Enchanter has to have charm or bust. It's like, it doesn't have to. Like, have you ever played an Enchanter at a high level trying to mez mobs and stun mobs and just crowd control for the group? Like, dude, that's plenty. They don't need to also have charm. Remember EQ1? I once started getting good at learning to not suck. Oh shoot. The heck? Whatever, we're just gonna do it this way. One of the talents was splitting group HP, and then you could group buff and AoE heal for free mana, and some people would... The heck just happened? Oh. My mouse moved because I wasn't looking at it. I was like, how did I just blink forward? Just clicked it like a dum-dum. It would flame me for touching their HP? Yeah. Just being super efficient here, min-maxing. You know, that's what's funny about, like, people keep talking about min-maxing in this game, and it kind of annoys me because the casual players will come in and they'll say stuff like, why you got to min-max? And they do this whole thing, and it's just, I don't know, they just keep blowing it out of proportion. I'm like, oh my God, let people min-max if that's what they find fun. Well, you don't have to min-max, blah, blah, blah. And they just go off on you. It's like, okay, they have fun doing it. Let them do it. Who cares? If you don't want to, you don't have to. But anyway, point is that I bet you all these people that say that they don't min-max, I bet you they min-max in some way. They do. Almost all of them do. Like, do you have 2 different items? You have an item that's got 5 agility on it and 3 strength, and you have another item that has 3 strength and or has 5 strength and 3 agility on it. And you're looking at those going, whatever, right? A min maxer is going to go, well, am I tanking? I want to have more agility. Am I not tanking? I don't like. But a non min maxer just won't care. They're just going to be like, yeah, just give me one of them. It doesn't matter. I guarantee you, they're doing that. They're thinking, why do I want to have more strength, or why do I want to have more agility? You know. Otherwise, they're just going to be like, it's whatever. Do stats even matter at the moment? Most items are poorly set anyway. Stats do matter, but they don't matter very much at low level. They matter a lot at high level, not so much at low level. Not as much. They still matter at low level, just not as much. Class that controls the battlefield and pace of combat is so much more interesting to me than raw DPS. I would love for that to be explored more outside of Mez. I would be all for it. Yeah, to see a lot more of that. Sure. I was tuned out and heard Charm. What did you miss? You didn't miss anything with Charm. Air traffic controller in the Navy and crowd control huge pulls. Felt the same rush. Nice. That's a fun way to look at it. Healing is a thankless job. It really is. New Wizard Deep Dive proposal had me very interested. It does. Yeah, the new Wizard Deep Dive looks really, really good. We'll have to see what they end up doing with the numbers and how they, tweak everything, but it's got potential. What if min-maxing makes their mundane jobs easier in the party? Let them be. Exactly. Just let them be. Let people min-max if they want to. Who cares? I praise the person with the game knowledge to actively choose based on situation. Yep. Let's then get on the ogre, warrior, shaman, frontal stun immunity min-max. Oh, dude, that was nuts. Yeah. I was a wood elf warrior in EQ, tanked better than most because of AAs. I do love min-maxing argument though. Yeah, like you might have all the gear in the world and all the AAs and the level and you have all the things, but hey, that person over there has got immune to frontal stun. Well, I guess we're going to default to that guy. Like, it's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Min-maxing means pushing the limit far beyond the diminishing returns for value. Otherwise, making some optimization is just part of playing the game. Yeah, and that's the definition, right? I'm not fully managed here. That's the definition of min-maxing. Like, how do you define min-maxing? Some people define it as pushing the envelope to the maximum with the minimum effort. But what is actually min-maxing? It's literally just being more efficient. It's literally all it is. Minimum time invested for maximum gain. If you want to solo in this game right now, if you are choosing to solo over being a group, you're technically min-maxing. You're maximizing your minimum amount of time. It's min-max. That's all it is. Like, I don't understand why people think it's something different. Yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit, though. Like, but I think people min-max. To what extent they min-max, though, is different for each person. What AA in this context? Because I only know of auto attack. AA is alternate advancement. So in EverQuest, once you hit max level, they had a thing later on in expansions. I think it started in Luckland. So like the 4th expansion, where you had AA points. So you could do it before max level, but it was mostly once you hit max level, you then start grinding out XP and you get alternate advancement points, which allowed you to spec your character in a different way or get like specific things. Some of it was just increased stats. Some of it was specific abilities that you could have. Some of it was allowing you to, get mana regen, like more mana regen, different things like that. Eventually, though, what it became was you just maximize your AAs. So it was just another level. It was just another way to level up your character. And then it was like, oh, your max level plus how many AAs do you have? You know? And that's all it was. Perhaps add push-pull slide abilities in some classes for CC. I don't like knockback abilities given to players as a tank. Players, generally speaking, are dumb. Okay, let's just be honest. They're dumb. So when you have a player that has an ability to knock back a mob or move a mob around in any way, shape, or form, oftentimes they just like to do it, so they just do it for no reason. And then you're like, okay, now you're just messing up everybody else. You know, I'm sitting there tanking a mob, everything's under control, everything's working just fine, and all of a sudden the wizard's like, nah, we're gonna knock that mob backwards for absolutely no reason. And then they do it. And I'm like, oh my God, why did you do that? And it's just frustrating and annoying for tanking, for melee classes to have to deal with. I just always hated it. Yeah, behold my power. Exactly. You know, look what I can do. Boom. Yay. It's just... And also, do you think that more players with knockback... Right now, knockback is a thing on Shaman, right? They already have the spell. It's going to start causing issues. People are going to start using it to knock back mobs, you know, into other mobs to cause trains. And I guarantee you, at some point, it's going to cause a headache for somebody. Giving players the ability to knock back mobs is going to cause a headache. When you create your fighter for early access, you should name it Minimal Maximus. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, Minimus Maximus. That would be awesome. It's an interrupt, yes. It could probably be used as an interrupt, which is probably how people are going to use it, and it's going to be really annoying. Shadow Knight has a pull as well. Just have them pull it back. Well, if you have a Shadow Knight in your party, sure. What if you don't have a Shadow Knight to pull it back? People are just knocking it around. If a Shaman right now knocks back a mob, it knocks it back and roots it. It's really annoying. Like I can't stand it. I don't like knockback mechanics, period, in games like this. I think on the monster side of things, it's a lazy mechanic to make a fight more difficult, because all it does is just make it to where the tank has to sit in a corner and can't see what the heck they're doing. Or if they do it where, like on Pustulax, for example, Pustulax spawns in the middle of the island, and he has a knockback. He's going to knock you back into the water, which is really annoying, because then you got to swim out of the water, and he does a frontal AoE. So if he does the knockback and then you got to swim back out of the water, while he's doing all of that, you're probably going to get hit with the frontal cone AoE. It's just really annoying. It's super annoying. So yeah. SK grip is already an interrupt, so no need to knock back with an SK. Well, they have a kick as well. Shadow, like you have rogues that have 4 different interrupts. Fighters can kick and stun. Monks can stun multiple things. Like there's plenty of interrupts in the game. You don't need an additional knockback interrupt. Plus, the wizard is the wizard has an interrupt that is not a knockback, and it's their electric spells. So any of their electricity spells has like a 0.1 second stun mechanic on it, which interrupts the target. They don't need the knockback. The knockback is like, oh, you got too close to me. Now I'm going to knock you back. This skill right here is a knockback. And I rarely use it, but this is a knockback. It's on a 10-minute cooldown, but it is a knockback. Oh, no, sorry, that one's a fear. I think they have a knockback, though. I don't remember if they do or not. That's the fear. Yeah, you just don't want to use the fear, though. Like, certain skills you just don't need on certain classes. So, I don't know. I don't get it. Sounds annoying, but cool that a raid boss can blow you off your boots. I mean, yeah, I think minimal use of it is fine. And right now, I want to say Pustulax is the only raid mob that has a knockback. I'm trying to remember if any other ones did. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Pustulax is the only one that has a knockback. But it has a knockback and a frontal cone AoE. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. The raid isn't hard, Nova. Like, we've killed it. We killed it plenty of times on Alpha. It's been killed multiple times here in Beta as well. It's not a hard fight. The quick rundown of Pustulax is basically frontal cone, it's got a knockback, and it spawns ads. That's the entirety of the fight. Right now. It's supposed to have other abilities, but they currently don't work. And, in fact, you can bug out some of those abilities. You can bug out its ability to knockback and its frontal cone. So it ends up just... you might even be able to bug out its ads to where it literally doesn't do anything. It just stands there and dies. Mostly use Wizard's knockback spell when I am on a hill to make enemies float in the air for a bit. To know what your claims are on about. Granted, I only do it stun, generally useful as well. I mean, yeah. I don't like it because I usually play a tank, and I don't want to have to chase mobs down. Wizards don't group, though? They're too busy quadding? Well, yeah, because quadding is too good. But they will group in the future, I hope. I hope they get it to a point where everyone wants to group as much as possible. That is my ultimate goal. Hopefully. All right, what time is it here? You know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I think I'm going to have to call it there for today because I got to go take a quick shower before we go to the graduation tonight. So I'm going to go and do that, get all ready for graduation. I might even get something to eat real quick. I don't know. We'll have to see. I will be back on here tomorrow morning, not my normal time, around 9 o'clock. It'll be after that because I have a award ceremony for my son at school. So not going to be on early, maybe 10. We'll shoot for 10 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. But I'll be back on here doing more of what I do. And we'll probably play this up until the release. So maybe only for a couple hours up until the release of the open alpha. Or open beta, open beta. And then, yeah. I might play a little bit of the open beta tomorrow afternoon. Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go. I might play a different game. I may not. Well, we'll play it by ear. But I appreciate you guys being here. It's been fun. It's been awesome. Great chat today. And hopefully I see you all next time. Bye.